Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I've always loved the desert, not in the way tourists love it, snapping selfies under arches or posing next to dusty trail signs. I mean the real desert, the stretches that look untouched, where you can drive for hours without seeing another car. The kind of land that makes you feel like you've slipped out of time. That's why I said yes when Eric pitched the trip. Our annual camping tradition, 4 of us, me, Eric, Marcus, and Caleb. We'd been doing this since our sophomore year at University of Colorado, a full decade ago now. Each year followed the same comfortable pattern. Pick a remote spot, drop off the grid for a few days, drink some whiskey, talk about our increasingly corporate lives, and maybe do some stargazing if the weather cooperated. It was predictable, comforting, a reminder that underneath our pressed shirts and professional facades, we were still the same guys who once stayed up until dawn arguing about philosophy and music. This year, though, Eric wanted something different. "I found a place," he said during our planning call, his voice carrying that edge of excitement I recognized from our wilder college days. Not a park, not a campsite, just a place. "Where?" I asked, already imagining the standard desert vistas and red rock formations. "Somewhere out past the Navajo Nation in southern Utah, real off-grid," he said. "A guide I met in Moab told me about it, said there's this basin tucked between 2 ridges, totally secluded. No trails, no campsites, no people." I remember asking how we were supposed to get there if there weren't any trails. He just grinned through the video call and said, "That's the point, David." I should have said no. I wish to God I had. We met up in Salt Lake City on a Thursday morning in May 2025. The plan seemed simple. Grab supplies, make the 5-hour drive south, and set up camp before dark. Eric arrived first in his modified Jeep Wrangler, followed by Caleb in his hybrid sedan. Marcus flew in from Chicago, landing just after 9 a.m. "You realize you're the only one who dressed for this," I told Marcus when I saw him at the baggage claim, wearing proper hiking boots and moisture-wicking clothes. The rest of us looked like weekend warriors in our jeans and flannel shirts. "Some of us actually research before we go into the wilderness," he replied with that half-smile that had become his trademark since taking the professor position at Northwestern. We loaded supplies at a specialty outdoor store, extra water jugs, freeze-dried meals, first aid kits, and enough beer to make the evening conversations flow easier. The cashier, a weathered man with sun-creased skin, asked where we were headed. "South," Eric said vaguely. "Off the beaten path." The man nodded, examining our purchases. "Storm system might move in Sunday. You boys have a satellite phone?" Eric patted his backpack. "All set." The drive was uneventful at first. Miles of highway cutting through vast emptiness, then smaller roads winding through red rock cliffs and sagebrush. We passed fewer and fewer signs of civilization the deeper we went. Gas stations became rare, towns nothing more than clusters of buildings huddled against the vastness. By the time we turned off onto the dirt road Eric had marked on his paper map, my phone had already lost service. "Feels like we're driving off the edge of the earth," Caleb said, peering out the window at the empty landscape. Nobody laughed. The joke fell flat against the immensity of the desert stretching around us. The dirt road gradually deteriorated into something more like a dry wash. It twisted between massive rocks and dipped into shallow gullies. Eric's Jeep handled it, but barely. Dust billowed behind us, sticking to our skin and coating our teeth with grit. The sun was beginning its descent when we finally pulled into the basin. And I swear, the second we stepped out of the car, it got quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Not nighttime quiet. It was wrong. Like the whole place was holding itself still. No birds. No insects. No wind. Just this heavy pressing silence that seemed to watch us. Still, the location was undeniably spectacular. Red cliffs rising on all sides created a natural amphitheater. Scattered boulders dotted the landscape, and a wide, flat stretch of land perfect for tents spread before us. It felt untouched. sacred, almost. Eric was practically glowing with satisfaction. "Told you," he said, tossing his pack to the ground. "This place is perfect." I wanted to agree, but something in my gut tightened when I looked up at those towering cliffs. They felt too close, like walls, like we were being observed. We set up camp efficiently. 2 tents, a circle of stones for the fire, and a cooking area off to the side. We didn't bother checking cell phones. No point. Caleb pulled out a Bluetooth speaker and played some classic rock while Marcus prepared dinner. Freeze-dried stroganoff rehydrated over the camp stove. As the sun dipped behind the western cliffs, the shadows stretched long and fast across the basin floor. 1 minute it was daylight. The next, dusk enveloped us. That strange silence never left. Even the music sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound waves. Still, the fire helped dispel the unease. We drank bourbon from metal cups, told stories from the past year. Eric described the corporate merger that had consumed his life for 6 months. Caleb complained about dating apps and the superficiality of modern relationships. Marcus mostly listened, occasionally flipping through a battered paperback on indigenous architecture. "Remember when Wilson tried to convince that girl he was an undercover FBI agent?" Caleb laughed, referencing a particularly embarrassing college memory. "And she asked to see his badge," Eric added, almost spitting out his drink. "Then reported him to campus security for impersonating a federal officer," I finished, the memory pulling a genuine laugh from all of us. It was just like old times, until it wasn't. It started around midnight. The music had long since died. Battery depleted. The fire was low, just flickering coals casting an orange glow over our tired faces. Marcus had already retreated to his sleeping bag. Eric and Caleb were still up, quietly discussing some cryptocurrency investment or another. I wasn't really listening, lost in my own thoughts, staring at the vast field of stars above. And then we heard it. A howl. Not close, but not far either. Somewhere beyond the ridge, it echoed off the rocks, long and low and strange. We all froze. "Coyote," Eric said after a beat. "Normal out here." But Caleb was already grinning, the alcohol emboldening him. "Want to hear a real one?" He cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a high-pitched howl that bounced off the canyon walls, echoing into the darkness. We waited, half expecting nothing. Then something answered. Only it wasn't a coyote. It was deeper, wet. Drawn out in this garbled, half-snarling growl that started low and ended in something that sounded disturbingly like laughter. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't right. Eric's face went slack. Caleb stopped smiling. "Okay," he said slowly. "That was unusual." We all stared out at the dark line of distant junipers beyond the fire's reach. No more howls came. No wind stirred. Just the fire crackling and the distant hiss of ash. Marcus sat up in his sleeping bag, groggy but alarmed. What was that? Eric stood, hand drifting toward the hunting knife on his belt. "We should call it a night." Nobody argued. I lay awake for hours in the tent, staring at the nylon ceiling. Every sound amplified in my mind. The fabric rustling in the faintest breeze, a rock settling nearby, even Caleb's soft snoring from the other side of the tent. I kept thinking about that howl, the way it sounded like something trying to mimic a coyote but not quite understanding how. I finally drifted off sometime before dawn, exhaustion overcoming vigilance. And I swear, just before sleep claimed me, I heard something walking slowly past my tent, the sound of bare feet dragging through sand. I convinced myself it was just the threshold of a dream. I'm still not sure if I believe that. I don't think any of us mentioned the howl that next morning. We sat around the extinguished fire pit, drinking instant coffee with shaky hands and avoiding each other's eyes. The air felt heavier somehow, like it had thickened overnight. I kept replaying the sound in my head, that awful, stretched-out imitation of Caleb's call. It had sounded too wet, like something dragging its breath through a damaged throat. We all tried to pretend it was nothing, just a coyote or a mountain lion or our collective imagination heightened by isolation. But then Marcus stood up and quietly said, "We need to check that structure." "What structure?" I asked. He pointed to the northeastern ridge. "I saw something yesterday when we were setting up, some kind of building or ruin." He hesitated. It might explain the acoustics of that sound we heard. Nobody argued. We set out mid-morning following the ridge. The air remained unnaturally still, not even a breeze moving through the scattered juniper and sage. The sun felt weak, as if something was filtering its intensity. It took us about an hour to reach it. The structure was tucked in the shadow of two massive boulders. Not a cabin, not a shack. It was older, round, half sunken into the ground, built with crumbling mud and wooden beams. "A hogan," Eric said quietly. "It's Navajo." There was no door, just a wide, dark opening leading down into a slanting interior. I didn't want to go in. None of us did. But Eric stepped inside first, ducking low. Caleb followed. Then Marcus. I stood outside for a second longer, staring into the opening like it might inhale. Then I descended the worn steps. The inside smelled of dry rot and something else, something old and decayed. Bones littered the ground, small ones mostly, rabbits, birds. But a few were longer, thinner, with sockets at the ends that didn't look quite right. There was no furniture, just packed earth, rotted wood beams overhead, and in the center of the floor something arranged with unmistakable deliberation. A bundle. It was made of interwoven twigs, wrapped tightly with a length of frayed red string. Feathers, hawk or eagle perhaps, jutted out in all directions, and at the center was a clump of black hair, knotted and twisted into the wood. We stood around it in a circle, not speaking. I don't know how long we were there before Caleb broke the silence. "This is some Blair Witch-looking crap," he said, laughing nervously. "Maybe it's like a good luck charm?" Eric didn't laugh. "It's not a charm," he said gravely. "It's a ward." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "A what?" "A protective binding," Eric replied. "To keep something out, or to keep something in." Then Caleb crouched down and plucked one of the feathers from the bundle. "Souvenir," he grinned, twirling it between his fingers. "No," Eric stepped forward, tension visible in his shoulders. "Put that back." Caleb waved him off. "Relax, it's just a feather." He shoved it into the side pocket of his pack. The moment he did, the room felt colder, like the air had dropped 10 degrees in seconds. I wanted to say something, to stop him, but I didn't. None of us did. We left the hogan in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. But as we walked back to camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. I kept turning, expecting to see someone or something watching from behind the rocks and sparse trees. There was never anything there, just the endless red desert and the too quiet air. That night, everything fell apart. We built the fire bigger than usual. No one said it out loud, but we were scared. We positioned ourselves in a tight circle, backs facing outward, eyes scanning the black gaps between the boulders and junipers that surrounded our camp. I kept my knife close. Eric had his handgun resting on his lap, a precaution he'd never before felt necessary on our trips. Marcus hadn't said much since the hogan. He kept looking over his shoulder, tense and alert. Around 1:30 a.m. I started hearing it. Whispers. Not loud, not even clear, but definitely voices. Faint and fast, circling around us like invisible spectators discussing a museum exhibit. At first I thought I was hallucinating, hearing the wind and filling in the blanks with my fear. But Caleb looked at me across the fire, eyes wide with recognition. "You hear that?" he mouthed silently. I nodded. Eric stood slowly, flashlight sweeping the darkness. The beam danced across rocks and brush, casting long, twitching shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. Nothing visible, nothing tangible. Then we all smelled it. Rotting meat, like roadkill left in the summer sun, mixed with something metallic. Blood, perhaps, or copper. Then came the sound I'll never forget. Breathing. Slow. Heavy. Wet. Just beyond the fire's reach. Eric stepped toward the edge of our circle and aimed his flashlight into the void. And we saw it. It was standing about 20 feet away. Tall, emaciated, human-shaped but all wrong. Its arms were too long, ending in fingers that resembled broken twigs. Its skin was mottled, like leather stretched over bone and left in the sun. And its face looked like mine, almost, but warped. Like someone had made a mask of my face out of wax and let it melt. One eye was too high, the mouth was too wide, stretched in a grin that split the face unnaturally. The skin didn't move right when it breathed. It smiled at me. Then it spoke. David, it said my name, with my voice, but strangled, as if it had swallowed the sound and was forcing it back out through damaged vocal cords. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Eric raised his gun and fired. The shot echoed through the canyon like thunder. The thing didn't run, it just collapsed, like a puppet with its strings cut. It hit the ground hard, too hard, its body twisting as if it had no skeleton. Then it scurried backward, still twisted, impossibly fast, into the darkness. We couldn't see where it went. We didn't wait to find out. We didn't pack. We grabbed what we could reach and ran. Flashlights bobbing wildly, we hiked the trail back to the Jeep with only headlamps and adrenaline lighting the way. The whole time I could hear it somewhere in the darkness, keeping pace, sometimes on two legs, sometimes not. It never attacked, it just followed, like it was waiting for something. We made it to the car around dawn. Eric didn't even wait for everyone to buckle in before tearing down the dirt road, the Jeep bouncing violently over rocks and washouts. Nobody said a word for the first hour, just heavy breathing and the sound of tires crunching over desert terrain. When we finally reached pavement, the relief was almost physical, like a weight lifting. Back in Salt Lake, Marcus booked a flight and was gone before noon. Caleb said he needed a shower and some sleep. He didn't answer when I texted him later that night. Eric wouldn't stop pacing in my hotel room. "It had your face," he kept saying, disbelief and horror mixing in his voice. "David, it had your goddamn face." As for me, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that twisted version of myself, standing in the darkness, smiling with a mouth that was all wrong. The thing is, I don't think we left it behind, because that night, I saw it again. Standing at the end of the alley behind my hotel. Same twisted face, same unnatural smile, same voice, whispering my name from a distance that should have made it inaudible. I didn't even pack properly. I just grabbed the feather from Caleb's abandoned backpack, threw a change of clothes into my duffel, and got in my car. I drove straight through the night, didn't stop, didn't eat, didn't even turn on the radio. Just me, the road, and that thing in my mind whispering my name like it had claimed ownership. Every time I blinked, I saw its face again, that half-melted version of me. Too wide, too still, too hungry. By the time the sun rose, I was already deep into southern Utah. The red dust started appearing on the edges of the road like dried bloodstains. The closer I got to the basin, the worse it felt. The wind disappeared. Birds vanished from the sky. The world seemed to hold its breath as if waiting for me to return. And the worst part, I knew I had to. I reached the edge of the canyon just before noon. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. The same cracked dirt road, the same imposing cliffs, the same wide bowl of red stone and dust. Even the Jeep's tire marks remained faintly visible, as if time hadn't moved since our escape. I parked and stepped out. The instant my boots touched the ground, the silence enveloped me like a physical presence. It was the kind of quiet that feels alive, like it's listening to your every movement. I retraced our path through the dry wash, past the towering boulders, over the ridge. My chest constricted with each step. My fingers grew numb from clenching my fists. I kept telling myself to turn around, but something stronger than fear propelled me forward. I found the Hogan exactly where we'd left it, half collapsed, covered in dust, seeming to have aged decades and days. The doorway looked darker than it should have, like a mouth waiting to consume what entered. I didn't go inside this time. I didn't need to. From the entrance, I could see that the center of the structure was disturbed. The earth dug up where the bundle had once been. The ward we'd broken. That's where I buried it. The feather Caleb had taken. The one that had mysteriously appeared on my hotel room door the night before, wrapped in red string identical to the bundle's binding, with several strands of my own hair woven into it. I knelt, hands trembling, and dug into the dry earth with my fingers. The ground was warm, too warm, like something beneath was generating heat. I pushed the feather deep into the disturbed soil, then flattened the earth, patting it smooth. I didn't say a prayer. I didn't know how. So I just whispered, "I'm sorry," to whatever might be listening. And then I stood, and then I heard it. The crunch of footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. I turned, and it was there, me, standing 10 feet away. Or something wearing me like an ill-fitting costume. Same face, same eyes, but fundamentally wrong. Its head tilted too far to one side, as if the neck couldn't support its weight. Its smile stretched wider than humanly possible, revealing too many teeth. Its arms hung at its sides, fingers nearly touching the ground. And the skin. It wasn't real skin. It looked like paper drawn over bone. Tight. Translucent. Thin enough to tear. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't run. Couldn't scream. It took one step closer, then spoke. "Why did you leave me?" Its voice sounded like mine, but drowned, as if bubbling up from water-filled lungs. Slow. Wet. Familiar yet foreign. It stepped again. "You left us in the dark." Then the thing shivered, and its face melted. Right before my eyes, like wax over flame, it sloughed off. The eyes drooped, the mouth sagged, skin peeled away in long strips, and beneath it was Marcus's face, then Caleb's, then Eric's, then mine again. With each shift, bones cracked audibly, shoulders popped, its body bent backward at an impossible angle, then snapped upright as if made of hinges and raw flesh. The faces, each one, were wrong. Too wide, too pale, too empty. "Do you remember?" it said, switching to Marcus's voice. It stepped closer. "You ran," said Caleb's voice from its mouth. "You always run," said Eric's. Then it wore my voice again. "You brought it home." I stumbled backward. The wind suddenly kicked up, full of dust and heat and ash. Then I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Shadows crawling up the canyon walls, dozens of them, human-shaped but broken, some on 2 legs, some crawling. One dragging its sideways head across the dirt, all with my face, all watching, all smiling. I dropped to my knees and clutched the earth with both hands as if trying to anchor myself to reality. I could feel the ground vibrating. The buried feather seemed to pulse beneath the soil like a heartbeat. "Please," I whispered, "take it back. We didn't know. We didn't mean to." The wind stopped abruptly. The shadows vanished. The creature before me tilted its head at an angle that would snap a human neck. It stepped closer until its face was inches from mine. Its breath smelled of decay and scorched hair. Then it leaned in, its mouth beside my ear, and whispered something in a language I didn't understand. The words were guttural, wet, ancient, and they physically hurt to hear. I felt warm blood drip from my nose, then nothing. I woke up alone, flat on my back, the sky above perfectly clear. The Hogan was gone. No beams, no bones, just a circle of scorched earth and ash. The air smelled of sage and copper and smoke. The feather was gone. I stood slowly, every muscle screaming in protest. My ears rang with a high-pitched whine. There was no sign of the creature, but I could feel its absence, like something had retreated just beneath the surface of the world, waiting. I didn't look back as I walked to my car. I made it home by sunset the next day. The drive back was uneventful. No shadows, no whispers, just the endless road stretching before me. That was 3 weeks ago, and I think it worked. The scratching sounds outside my apartment have stopped. The whispers no longer filter through my vents at night. No more footsteps. No more glimpses of my own distorted face watching from across the street. I sleep now. Not well, but better. Most nights. I called Eric yesterday. He sounded better too. Said he'd started seeing a therapist, claiming PTSD from a camping accident. Not too far from the truth. He asked if I'd heard from Caleb or Marcus. I hadn't, neither had he. Then this morning I received something in the mail. A small envelope, no return address. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It showed Caleb standing on a cliff I didn't recognize. His body looked wrong, slack, as if his muscles had given up. His head was twisted at an angle that shouldn't be physically possible without breaking his neck, and behind him, just out of focus, was a figure. Tall, bent, grinning, holding something that reflected the camera flash. A mirror. I burned the photo immediately. Didn't tell anyone. Didn't even open my blinds today. But tonight, as I'm writing this, I swear I just heard it again. Not the voice, not the scratching, just breathing. Close, heavy, familiar. Like something just outside the walls, smiling with a face it borrowed. And I know with absolute certainty that it's not finished with us yet. I was part of a search and rescue team dispatched to Olympic National Forest in the summer of 1991. The call came in late Thursday night, just as I was finishing paperwork at the station. I had been with the Pacific Northwest Search and Rescue Unit for nearly 7 years by then, and routine calls like this one barely registered as concerning anymore. "Hiker overdue," the dispatcher said. "Name's Terry Fishgold, 47-year-old male, experienced backpacker. Wife reports he hasn't returned from a solo trip, last seen Tuesday morning at the Quinault River trailhead." James Wilson, our team coordinator, took down the details while I gathered my gear. Terry's wife had waited until Wednesday evening before calling, assuming he'd just extended his trip by a day. When Thursday passed with no word, she contacted authorities. "What's his intended route?" I asked, spreading out the topographical map of the region. "He planned to hike north along the river for about 8 miles, then camp at the western ridge before looping back," Wilson replied. "Wife says he's hiked this trail dozens of times over the years." That was both good and bad news. Good because a familiar route meant less chance of getting seriously lost. Bad because experienced hikers rarely make simple mistakes. When they go missing, something significant has usually happened. Any medical conditions? Equipment concerns? Healthy guy, regular medication for mild hypertension. Well equipped with a green Kelty backpack, 3 days of supplies, standard emergency gear, and a compass. No GPS or satellite phone. I nodded. In 1991, satellite technology wasn't common among recreational hikers. Most relied on maps, compasses, and knowledge of the terrain. "Weather's been clear, no storms reported," Wilson continued. "Search begins at dawn. Local law enforcement and volunteer teams are already being notified." I drove home that night with the familiar pre-search routine running through my mind. Pack extra layers, fresh batteries, water purification tablets. Check the first aid kit, emergency rations, and signaling equipment. I laid everything out methodically, as I'd done countless times before. I lived alone in a small apartment outside Port Angeles. Photographs of mountains, forests, and successful rescues adorned my walls, visual reminders of why I chose this work. After 7 years of search and rescue operations, I'd developed a reputation for thoroughness and intuition. Some team members joked that I could think like a lost hiker. That night, as I prepared my gear, I found myself wondering what Terry Fishgold had been thinking when he realized he wasn't going to make it home on schedule. Sleep came fitfully that night. Not from anxiety. These calls were routine, after all, but from the mental preparation. In my experience, 90% of missing hikers were found within the first 24 hours, often just off trail, injured but alive. I expected Terry would be among them. The Olympic National Forest was vast and unforgiving, but it generally surrendered its temporary captives without much resistance. How profoundly mistaken I was. Dawn broke gray and cool as I arrived at the Quinault River trailhead. Mist clung to the towering Douglas firs and western red cedars, creating ghostly silhouettes against the nascent light. A collection of vehicles already populated the small gravel parking area. 2 Sheriff's Department SUVs, Wilson's truck, several volunteer vehicles, and an ambulance standing by as a precaution. 42 people had answered the call, an impressive turnout for a routine search. Local law enforcement, 3 professional search and rescue teams including our own, and about 20 civilian volunteers with varying degrees of experience. I recognized most of the professionals and nodded to them as I unloaded my gear. Wilson stood at the trailhead kiosk with Terry's wife, Brenda, a petite woman with prematurely silver hair and worry etched across her face. She clutched a photograph of Terry, a smiling bearded man with weather-worn skin and bright eyes that suggested an affable personality. "He always comes back," she was saying as I approached. 30 years of hiking these forests, never once missed his return date by more than a few hours. Something's happened. The certainty in her voice gave me pause. Family members typically oscillated between fear and hope during these briefings. Brenda displayed neither, just a stone-faced conviction that her husband was in trouble. Wilson introduced me as one of the team leaders, and I took a moment to study the photograph. "Any specific concerns about this trip? Anything different from his usual routine?" I asked. Brenda shook her head. "Same trail he's hiked every summer for the past decade. Same gear, same plan, 3 days, up, over, and back." "Did he mention any wildlife concerns recently? Bear activity? Cougar sightings?" "No, nothing like that. Terry respects the wildlife, carries bear spray, hangs his food properly. He's meticulous about those things." I nodded, mentally processing the information. Experienced hiker, familiar route, proper equipment, no reported wildlife concerns or weather events. The equation didn't add up to trouble, yet here we were. Wilson gathered everyone for the briefing at exactly 6:15 a.m. The search area was divided into a grid, radiating outward from Terry's planned route. Each team was assigned a sector to sweep methodically. "We start with the assumption that he's injured but mobile," Wilson explained. "First priority is checking the main trail and immediate vicinity. Second priority is any terrain features where an injured hiker might seek shelter, rock formations, large fallen trees, stream beds. We're looking for tracks, gear, any sign of recent human passage." My team was assigned the western edge of the grid near the river. 4 experienced searchers plus myself, responsible for a sector approximately 2 miles wide by 8 miles long, from the trailhead to Terry's intended camping spot at the ridge. "We maintain radio contact at all times," Wilson continued. "Check-ins every 30 minutes. If you find anything, and I mean anything, report it immediately. Don't disturb potential evidence." Evidence. The word hung in the air. In search and rescue, we tried to maintain optimism, but Wilson's choice of terminology acknowledged the darker possibilities we all recognized. The teams dispersed, moving into their assigned sectors with practiced efficiency. My group, myself, Kira Johnson, Hector Rodriguez, Patrick O'Sullivan, and William Chen, performed a final equipment check before heading out. "Standard sweep formation," I instructed. 20-foot spacing, visual contact with adjacent team members at all times, audible calls every 5 minutes. We move slowly and thoroughly. The forest enveloped us as we left the trailhead behind. Within minutes, the sounds of the assembly area faded, replaced by the subtle ambient noise of the Olympic wilderness. Wind through needles, distant bird calls, the persistent murmur of the Quinault River to our west. In those first moments, the forest seemed entirely ordinary. I had no inkling of the horror that waited deeper within. The initial hours of the search proceeded methodically. We moved through our sector with practiced efficiency, calling Terry's name at regular intervals and scanning the forest floor for any disturbance. The weather cooperated: clear skies, mild temperature, light breeze, ideal conditions for both searchers and, theoretically, for survival. "Terrain's pretty forgiving through here," Patrick observed around mid-morning. "If he injured himself, plenty of water sources nearby, good natural shelter options." I nodded in agreement. This section of the Olympic National Forest was relatively hospitable as wilderness went. Dense tree cover provided protection from elements, the river offered water, and the undergrowth was navigable. A competent outdoorsman like Terry would have good odds for survival, even with a significant injury. We continued north, maintaining our careful sweep pattern. Occasional radio check-ins from other teams revealed nothing unusual. Standard procedure, standard results. By 11:30 a.m., we had covered approximately 3 miles of our sector without finding a single indication of Terry's passage. The first disruption to our routine came shortly after noon. "Team leader, this is Chen," my radio crackled. William's voice sounded controlled but tense. "I've found something, approximately half a mile east of my last reported position." "Nature of the find," I responded, already adjusting my course. "You'll need to see this," he replied simply. The tone in his voice accelerated my pace. I radioed the rest of the team to converge on William's coordinates and moved briskly through the underbrush. When I arrived about 15 minutes later, I found William standing in a small clearing, his gaze directed upward. Patrick arrived moments later, followed by Kira and Hector. All of us stood silently, looking up at William's discovery. Suspended approximately 30 feet above ground, caught in the upper branches of a slender hemlock, was a backpack. The distinctive green Kelty with a red patch sewn onto the side matched the description of Terry's equipment perfectly. But its condition and position defied immediate explanation. The pack hung awkwardly, impaled on several branches. Its contents had spilled partially, scattering items among the upper foliage and onto the forest floor below. Most disturbing was the condition of the pack itself. The fabric was shredded in long parallel tiers, as though something with immense strength had ripped through the reinforced nylon. "How the hell did it get up there?" Patrick whispered. The question hung in the air. The hemlock's trunk was smooth, its lower branches too thin to support an adult's weight. The pack's position suggested it had been thrown or propelled upward with tremendous force. "Could a bear have done this?" Kira asked, though her tone suggested skepticism. I'd participated in numerous wilderness searches involving bear encounters. This didn't fit the pattern. Bears typically tore into packs on the ground, scattered the contents widely in search of food, and left distinctive claw and bite marks. This pack looked as though it had been deliberately placed beyond reach, torn with almost surgical precision. "We need to retrieve it," I decided. "Hector, you're our best climber. Can you rig a line and get up there?" Hector studied the tree, calculating risks and approach. "Tree's not ideal for climbing, but I can set up a rope system. Might damage some branches getting up there." "Proceed," I instructed. "Document everything with the camera before disturbing the scene." While Hector prepared his climbing gear, I radioed Wilson with our discovery. His response was immediate. "Photograph everything, catalog any items recovered. This changes the search parameters." Indeed it did. Finding Terry's pack in such a condition shifted our assumptions dramatically. This was no longer a search for a hiker who might have wandered off trail or suffered a minor injury. Something more disturbing had occurred. Hector ascended methodically, photographing the pack's position from multiple angles before carefully dislodging it from the branches. The process took nearly 40 minutes, during which the rest of us documented the ground beneath the tree, searching for any additional evidence. When the pack finally reached the ground, we examined it thoroughly. The damage was even more apparent up close. 5 parallel tiers ran from top to bottom on the main compartment, each approximately 8 inches long. The fabric between tiers was stretched and deformed, suggesting whatever had caused them had tremendous strength. Inside, we found Terry's water bottle, cracked but still containing liquid. A half-eaten sandwich wrapped in waxed paper was crushed and soiled. A map, compass, flashlight, and first aid kit were still present, though disarranged. His wallet remained in an inner pocket, containing identification, $47 in cash, and credit cards. "No blood," Patrick noted, carefully examining the pack's interior. "If something attacked him while he was wearing this, we'd expect blood traces." He was right. Despite the violent damage to the pack, there were no biological indicators, no blood, tissue, or hair from either Terry or a potential animal attacker. So he wasn't wearing it when whatever this was happened, Kira concluded. Maybe he set it down, and then it got thrown 30 feet into a tree? Hector questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. I photographed each item as we removed it from the pack, creating a detailed inventory. Nothing seemed missing except for Terry himself. "Let's expand our search perimeter around this area," I instructed. "Whatever happened here, it represents our first solid lead." As the team spread out in a wider search pattern, I found myself studying the forest with new attention. The trees suddenly seemed more imposing, the shadows between them deeper. For the first time since we'd entered the woods that morning, I felt a distinct sense of unease, as though the forest had transformed from a neutral environment into something actively hostile. I dismissed the thought as unprofessional. Evidence and facts were our tools, not emotional reactions or imagined threats. Yet as I rejoined the search, scanning the ground for further signs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. The discovery of the backpack altered the rhythm of our search. We moved more cautiously now, our calls for Terry less frequent, our attention divided between searching for signs of the missing hiker and maintaining awareness of our surroundings. The easy, professional confidence of the morning had given way to a tense vigilance. 2 hours after recovering the pack, the silence of the forest was broken by Kira's voice on the radio. "Team leader, I've found a boot, western quadrant of our expanded perimeter." I acknowledged her transmission and converged on her position with Patrick, while Hector and William continued searching the eastern section. When we reached Kira, she stood beside a small clearing, pointing to a brown leather hiking boot standing upright in the center. The boot, a Danner model matching the description provided by Terry's wife, stood as though its owner had simply stepped out of it. Laces tied, no visible damage, no disturbance to the surrounding soil. It was positioned with an unnatural precision that immediately struck me as deliberate. "No prints leading to or from it," Kira observed. "No scuff marks, no drag signs." I approached cautiously, photographing the boot from multiple angles before examining it more closely. The interior was clean, dry, and empty. No blood, no tissue, nothing to indicate a violent removal from its wearer's foot. "Mark the location," I instructed. "Bag the boot after you've documented everything." Patrick was scanning the surrounding area methodically. "Should find the other one nearby if this follows normal pattern." But nothing about this search was following normal patterns. The radio crackled to life, this time with a transmission from another search team operating nearly 2 miles east of our position. "Base, this is Team Echo. We've found a boot with remains." The hesitation in the voice conveyed volumes. I exchanged glances with Kira and Patrick before responding. "Team Echo, this is Alpha Team Leader. Please clarify remains." A moment of silence then. "A boot with a severed foot still inside. Right foot, male, severed approximately mid-ankle. Tissue condition suggests recent trauma. No other remains located in immediate vicinity." The information hit like a physical blow. One boot standing empty in an undisturbed clearing. Another boot 2 miles away containing its owner's severed foot. The implications were both obvious and incomprehensible. Wilson's voice came over the radio. "All teams acknowledge new information. This is now a potential crime scene. State police have been notified and are en route. Continue search operations, but exercise extreme caution. No one searches alone. Hourly check-ins mandatory." I instructed Kira to secure the empty boot as evidence, then gathered my team for a brief conference. "We're dealing with something unprecedented," I stated flatly. "The distribution of evidence suggests either multiple perpetrators or a single perpetrator covering significant ground. Either way, we proceed with maximum caution." "You think someone did this?" Hector asked, skepticism evident in his voice. "Not an animal attack or accident?" "An accident doesn't place an empty boot in one clearing and a severed foot 2 miles away," I replied. "As for animal attacks, I've worked dozens. They don't leave manufactured items neatly arranged. They drag, scatter, consume." "So we're looking for what? A murderer?" Patrick's voice was low. "We're looking for Terry Fishgold," I corrected. "Same as before, but with awareness that the circumstances of his disappearance involved deliberate human action." We resumed our search with heightened vigilance, maintaining closer proximity to each other than standard procedure dictated. The forest, which hours earlier had seemed merely indifferent to our presence, now felt actively threatening. Every shadow might conceal a predator. Not the 4-legged kind we were trained to handle, but something far more dangerous. The next discovery came shortly after 3 p.m. when William called out from 20 yards to my right. "Blood sign," he reported tersely. I moved to his position and observed what he'd found, a small smear of what appeared to be blood on the trunk of a western hemlock, approximately 5 feet above ground level. The stain was roughly the size of a quarter, dark red but not fully dried. "Recent," I noted, "within the last 12-24 hours. Patrick discovered another blood droplet 10 feet away, higher up on another tree. Then Kira found spatter on low-hanging branches nearby. We began marking each discovery with small flags, creating a visible record of the blood distribution. What emerged over the next hour defied rational explanation. The blood pattern extended through our search area with no discernible trajectory or origin point. Droplets, smears, and fine spray appeared on trees, rocks, and underbrush in a scattered pattern that covered hundreds of square yards. Most disturbing were the vertical placements. Blood traces appeared on tree trunks at heights ranging from ground level to nearly 15 feet, often on smooth bark with no adjacent branches that could have been used for climbing. "This isn't possible," Patrick muttered as we documented a particularly peculiar grouping, a semicircle of 8 distinct droplets arranged in an arc on a fallen log. "The pattern's too deliberate." He was right. The distribution suggested intention rather than chance or natural causes, as though something had methodically painted the forest with Terry's blood, creating a macabre gallery that we were now cataloging. By late afternoon, we had documented over 60 distinct blood traces within our search sector. Reports from other teams indicated similar findings throughout the grid. The blood trail, if it could be called that, extended across miles of forest in all directions. As daylight began to fade, Wilson made the decision to establish a base camp near Terry's intended destination at the ridge. Teams would converge there, rest overnight, and resume the search at dawn. State police investigators were on site, processing the evidence we'd discovered and coordinating with forensics teams. We hiked the remaining distance to the ridge in the gathering dusk, each of us lost in private thoughts. The forest grew darker around us, and for the first time in my search and rescue career, I found myself dreading the night ahead. Base camp was established in a small clearing near the ridge. 8 tents, a central command post with radio equipment, and a perimeter illuminated by portable lights. The state police had arrived with additional resources, including forensic specialists who were processing the recovered evidence. Wilson gathered the team leaders for a situation update while the rest of the searchers set up camp and prepared meals. The atmosphere was subdued. The usual camaraderie of shared purpose had been replaced by a tense wariness. "What we know so far," Wilson began, spreading a map across the folding table. "Terry Fishgold left the Quinaul trailhead Tuesday morning, planned for a 3-day circuit. His backpack was recovered approximately 4 miles from the trailhead, damaged and suspended in a tree. One boot was found empty, the other containing his severed right foot, located approximately 2 miles east. Blood traces have been documented throughout the search grid, with no clear pattern of distribution. The facts, stated clinically, somehow made the situation more disturbing, rather than less. Preliminary analysis from forensics confirms all blood samples tested so far match the same blood type as Terry," Wilson continued. "Time of deposition varies, with some samples appearing fresher than others, suggesting the blood was distributed over a period of several hours, possibly continuing into today." "Any signs of other individuals in the area?" asked the leader of Team Echo. "Nothing conclusive. No camps, no vehicle tracks at alternate access points, no reported sightings of strangers from other hikers or local residents." "What about the foot?" I asked. "Any details on how it was separated?" Wilson glanced at the state police detective who had joined our briefing. The detective, a weathered man in his 50s named Osgood, cleared his throat before responding. "Initial examination suggests the foot was not cleanly severed by a blade or other cutting implement," he stated. "The pattern is more consistent with forceful tearing or wrenching. Bone shows irregular fracturing rather than a clean cut." The implication settled over us like a physical weight. Whatever had removed Terry's foot had done so with brute force rather than sharp precision. "We're treating this as a homicide investigation," Osgood continued. "Though the evidence presents unusual characteristics, we've requested additional resources, including cadaver dogs and specialized forensic teams. They'll arrive tomorrow morning." The briefing concluded with assignments for overnight security watches and plans for resuming the search at dawn. I was scheduled for the midnight to 2 a.m. watch, giving me a few hours to eat and rest beforehand. I found myself unable to eat much, despite the physical demands of the day. The images we'd documented, the torn backpack, the solitary boot, the impossible blood patterns, had destroyed my appetite. I forced down some trail mix and water, then retreated to my tent to review my sector notes and rest. Sleep proved elusive. The forest outside our illuminated perimeter seemed to press against the boundaries of light like an animate force. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the camp gradually quieting as others settled in for the night. Just before midnight, Patrick roused me for my watch shift. He looked haggard, his usual easy demeanor replaced by tense vigilance. "All quiet," he reported. "Too quiet, honestly. Haven't heard a single animal all night." I nodded, understanding his unspoken concern. Olympic National Forest typically hummed with nocturnal activity. Owls, small mammals, insects, the occasional larger predator. The absence of these sounds was as unsettling as any presence might have been. I took up my position at the northern edge of the camp perimeter, facing outward toward the dark wall of trees beyond our lights. The night was clear, stars visible in patches between the towering conifers. A waning moon provided minimal illumination, casting faint, shifting shadows as it moved between branches. The first hour of my watch passed in uneventful tension. I maintained a systematic scanning pattern, sweeping my flashlight across the forest boundary at regular intervals. Nothing moved within the beam's reach. Nothing called from the darkness beyond. At approximately 1:15 a.m., I heard it. A sharp, deliberate crack of breaking wood, perhaps 100 yards north of my position. Not the natural sound of a branch falling under its own weight, but the distinct snap of something being broken with intention. I raised my flashlight, directing the beam toward the sound's origin. The light penetrated perhaps 30 yards before dissipating into the forest's darkness. I saw nothing move, no reflection of eyes, no disturbance of foliage. Protocol dictated that I alert the camp supervisor and request backup before investigating any unusual occurrence. I reached for my radio, then hesitated. The sound, while distinct, offered insufficient cause for waking others after an exhausting day. I decided to maintain vigilance and report the incident at the shift change. 10 minutes later, another crack sounded, closer this time, perhaps 70 yards out. Again, I swept the area with my flashlight. Again, nothing visible responded to the light's intrusion. I thumbed the radio's transmit button. "Base, this is perimeter north. Possible movement in the tree line 70 yards out. Request backup for investigation." The camp supervisor acknowledged immediately and dispatched one of the state police officers to my position. Within 2 minutes, Officer Brennan joined me, his hand resting on his holstered sidearm. "What did you hear exactly?" he asked, his voice professionally measured. "Deliberate breaking of wood. 2 instances, approximately 10 minutes apart, moving closer between occurrences." Brennan nodded, unholstering his flashlight rather than his weapon. "Let's sweep the perimeter. You take left, I'll take right. 10-yard spacing." We began a methodical examination of the forest edge beyond our light perimeter. The beams of our flashlights carved twin paths through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks, underbrush, fallen logs, all motionless, all ordinary. We had covered perhaps 40 yards of perimeter when Brennan suddenly froze, his light fixed on a point about 15 feet ahead. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. I directed my beam to converge with his. There, on the trunk of a massive Douglas fir approximately 7 feet above ground level, was a fresh blood smear. Unlike the smaller traces we documented earlier, this was a broad swath, as though someone had pressed a blood-soaked cloth against the bark and dragged it downward. "That wasn't there during the day search," I stated with certainty. My team had thoroughly covered this quadrant before making camp. "Fresh," Brennan agreed, approaching cautiously. He directed his light upward, tracing the trunk's circumference. No climbing holds, no adjacent branches low enough to reach. I scanned the ground beneath the tree. The forest floor was covered with its natural layer of needles, moss, and decaying vegetation, but showed no footprints or disturbance of any kind. Nothing could reach that height without leaving ground sign, I noted, my professional analysis contradicting the evidence before my eyes. Brennan keyed his radio. "Command, this is Brennan. We've got fresh blood sign outside the north perimeter, requesting evidence team." Within minutes, the camp had mobilized. Lights were brought to the site, photographs taken, samples collected. The blood smear measured nearly 2 feet in length and appeared to have been deposited within the past hour, still tacky to the touch when forensics tested it. Most disturbing was the confirmation that came shortly before dawn. Preliminary field testing indicated the blood matched Terry's type. "So while we've been searching for him," Patrick whispered as we stood watching the evidence collection. Something has been continuing to spread his blood around the forest, including right outside our camp. The unspoken question hung between us. What kind of predator returns to the site of its kill, deliberately marking the territory around those searching for its victim? As dawn approached and the forest lightened incrementally from black to deep gray, I found myself studying the trees with new understanding. We weren't conducting a search anymore. We were being watched, evaluated, perhaps even stalked by something that operated according to rules I couldn't comprehend. For the first time in my search and rescue career, I feared we might need rescuing ourselves. Dawn of the third day brought reinforcements, additional state police, FBI agents specializing in wilderness crimes, and 3 teams with cadaver dogs. The expanded operation transformed our modest base camp into a hive of activity. Satellite communications equipment was established, allowing direct contact with regional headquarters and access to various databases and resources. I briefed the FBI team on our discoveries, providing detailed maps of the evidence distribution and my assessment of the anomalies we'd encountered. Special Agent Catherine Bennett, the lead investigator, listened intently without interruption. "In your professional opinion," she asked when I'd finished, "what are we dealing with here?" The question demanded a level of speculation I typically avoided. "The evidence suggests human agency," I replied carefully. "The deliberate placement of items, the consistent blood distribution patterns, the timing of discoveries, all indicate purpose rather than accident or animal predation. Yet you note several elements that seem physically impossible," she observed. "Blood deposits at unreachable heights, no footprints despite soft forest floor, evidence appearing in previously searched areas." "I can only report what we found," I stated. "The interpretations are beyond my expertise." Bennett nodded, neither accepting nor rejecting my professional evasion. "We'll integrate your teams with ours for today's operation. Full grid search, expanded radius, with cadaver dogs taking priority in sectors where blood evidence was most concentrated." The search resumed with methodical intensity. My team was paired with an FBI tactical unit and one of the cadaver dog handlers, assigned to the northwestern quadrant where we'd found the backpack on the previous day. The forest felt different in daylight, less immediately threatening, but somehow more fundamentally wrong. Birds called occasionally from the canopy, and small creatures rustled in the underbrush. But these normal sounds seemed performative rather than natural, as though the forest were attempting to present a facade of normalcy. The cadaver dog, a Belgian Malinois named Rex, worked with focused determination, his handler interpreting the animal's responses to various scents. 3 hours into the search, Rex alerted strongly near a cluster of fallen logs. "He's got human remains," the handler confirmed. "Recent." The tactical team secured the perimeter while evidence technicians carefully examined the site. Beneath one of the logs, partially concealed by moss and forest debris, they discovered a human hand, severed at the wrist with no signs of animal scavenging or natural decomposition. Like the foot discovered the previous day, the hand appeared to have been torn rather than cut from its owner. Forensics would later confirm it was Terry's left hand. The discovery established a pattern that grew increasingly disturbing as the day progressed. Teams across the search grid reported similar findings. Terry's remains were being discovered in pieces, distributed throughout miles of forest. A segment of forearm, part of a shoulder blade. 3 vertebrae arranged in a deliberate row on a flat rock. Each discovery shared key characteristics. The remains showed signs of forceful separation rather than cutting. They were deliberately placed rather than scattered randomly. They showed minimal animal interference despite exposure, and most were found in locations that had been thoroughly searched on previous days. By mid-afternoon, the search had yielded 17 distinct portions of Terry's remains, none larger than the forearm segment. Forensics estimated that the recovered portions represented less than 30% of his total body mass. The cadaver dogs exhibited increasingly erratic behavior as the day progressed. They would alert strongly in one area, only to lose the scent entirely a few feet away. Some became agitated, whining and circling rather than maintaining their trained search patterns. 2 handlers eventually withdrew their animals, reporting they had become too distressed to work effectively. "The scent isn't behaving normally," one handler explained to Bennett. "It's everywhere and nowhere at once. Dogs can't establish a gradient to follow." This assessment matched our experience with the blood evidence, distributed so widely and irregularly that no coherent pattern emerged. It was as though Terry's remains had been deliberately scattered to maximize the area they covered while minimizing the possibility of complete recovery. As the day's search concluded and teams returned to the expanded base camp, a strained silence fell over the operation. The professional detachment that typically characterized such investigations had eroded in the face of evidence that defied explanation. Over dinner, which few had appetite for, William articulated what many were thinking. It's like whatever did this wants us to find pieces, but not enough to understand what happened. The observation was unsettlingly accurate. The evidence revealed just enough to confirm Terry's death, without providing any coherent explanation for its circumstances. Bennett called a strategy meeting for all team leaders at 8:00 p.m. The command tent was crowded with law enforcement, search and rescue professionals, and various specialists who had been consulted remotely. "We need to address the reality of our situation," Bennett began without preamble. "We have confirmed the death of Terry Fishgold through recovered remains. What we haven't established is the nature of the threat that killed him or whether that threat remains active in the search area." No one spoke. The implication that whatever had killed Terry might pose a danger to the search teams had been privately considered by many but not openly acknowledged until now. "Forensic analysis has yielded conflicting indicators," Bennett continued. "The damage to human tissue suggests extreme force application consistent with certain predatory animals. However, the distribution pattern and placement of evidence is consistent with human agency and intention." "You're suggesting we're looking for either an animal with human intelligence or a human with animal strength," Osgood stated flatly. "I'm suggesting we lack sufficient data to form a conclusion," Bennett replied, "and that this uncertainty represents a potential security risk to personnel." The discussion that followed was tense and inconclusive. Various theories were proposed: a deranged individual with wilderness skills, a previously undocumented predator species, even the possibility of multiple perpetrators working in coordination. None adequately explained all the evidence we'd encountered. As the meeting concluded, Bennett announced her decision. "We'll maintain the search operation for one more day, focused on recovery rather than rescue. Security protocols will be enhanced. No one works alone, no one moves beyond visual contact with their team. At sundown tomorrow, we reassess based on findings." I returned to my tent afterward, documenting the day's discoveries in my field notebook. The technical language of search and rescue, coordinates, evidence classifications, environmental conditions, provided an illusion of order that the reality of our situation increasingly lacked. Outside, the forest darkness pressed against our illuminated perimeter. I found myself avoiding looking directly into that darkness, as though something might be looking back. The fourth day of the search began under leaden skies. A weather system had moved in overnight, bringing low clouds and intermittent drizzle that further dampened an already somber mood. Bennett reorganized the search patterns, concentrating resources in areas where previous evidence had been discovered while maintaining security teams at the perimeter. My assignment placed me with Patrick, Kira, and 2 FBI tactical specialists in the eastern quadrant, where the severed foot had been found on the second day. We moved methodically through our sector, the cadaver dogs working ahead of our line to indicate potential discoveries. The forest felt weighted with moisture and shadow. Droplets collected on needles and leaves, falling in irregular patterns that mimicked footsteps among the underbrush. Visibility was reduced to roughly 50 yards in the mist, creating isolated pockets of searchable terrain beyond which details blurred into gray obscurity. 3 hours into the day's operation, one of the dogs alerted near a small seasonal stream, now swollen with recent rainfall. The handler confirmed a human remains scent, and our team converged on the location. The stream ran through a narrow gully, its banks steep but navigable. The dog's interest focused on the eastern bank, where a tangle of exposed roots created a natural hollow beneath an ancient cedar. The tactical specialist secured the area while Patrick and I carefully approached the site. The hollow was approximately 3 feet deep, dark, and partially filled with accumulated forest debris. Water from the stream had begun to seep into its lower section. I directed my flashlight into the recess, illuminating what at first appeared to be a bundle of sodden cloth. As my eyes adjusted, the true nature of the discovery became apparent. Terry's torso, from sternum to pelvis, without limbs or head, had been wedged into the hollow. Unlike the other remains we'd discovered, this portion showed signs of rudimentary concealment. Leaves, twigs, and moss had been piled around it, creating a crude attempt at disguise. "It's been placed deliberately," Patrick noted, his voice professional despite the grimness of the discovery. "Someone wanted this found eventually, but not immediately." I relayed the discovery to command while evidence technicians photographed and documented the scene. The forensic pathologist who examined the remains noted several anomalies that further complicated our understanding of what had happened to Terry. "The tissue separation shows the same tearing pattern as the other remains," she explained during the preliminary field assessment. "But there's something else here. Post-mortem interference that doesn't match animal activity or natural decomposition." "What kind of interference?" Bennett asked, having arrived shortly after our report. The pathologist pointed to several areas on the torso where the tissue appeared to have been manipulated. "It's as though something examined the internal structures, not feeding behavior, more like curiosity." The implication was disturbing on multiple levels. Whatever had killed Terry hadn't simply dismembered him for practical purposes, predation, concealment, trophy-taking, but had apparently studied his remains with some form of methodical interest. By mid-afternoon, the search had yielded several additional discoveries: smaller tissue samples, a portion of jaw, 3 fingers found arranged in a straight line atop a moss-covered boulder. Each piece added to the inventory of Terry's remains without contributing to our understanding of what had happened to him. At 4:30 p.m., as daylight began to fade and the drizzle intensified into steady rain, Bennett made the decision to conclude the active search operation. "We've recovered approximately 60% of the remains," she announced during the final field briefing. "Continued search under deteriorating weather conditions poses increasing risk to personnel with diminishing probability of significant new discoveries." No one protested the decision. The search had evolved beyond its initial purpose of finding a missing hiker into something more complex and disturbing. A futile attempt to assemble a coherent explanation from fragments of evidence that actively resisted interpretation. The dismantling of the base camp proceeded with efficient solemnity. Equipment was packed, evidence was secured for transport, and search teams prepared for the hike back to the trailhead. State police would maintain a presence in the area for several more days, and trail access would remain restricted pending completion of the investigation. As I packed my gear, I found myself drawn to the edge of our clearing, gazing into the forest that had become both crime scene and adversary over the past 4 days. The trees stood impassive in the rain, revealing nothing of what they had witnessed. Patrick joined me, following my gaze into the dripping foliage. "You know we're leaving with more questions than answers," he observed quietly. I nodded. "The official report will cite animal predation with unusual characteristics. They'll speculate about a rogue bear or cougar with aberrant behavior patterns. They'll note the distribution of remains is consistent with scavenger activity, and they'll be wrong about all of it. What do you think happened?" I considered the question carefully. My professional reputation was built on evidence-based assessment, not speculation or imagination. Yet everything about this search had challenged the boundaries of my experience and understanding. "I think something in these woods operates according to rules we don't comprehend," I finally replied. "Something that wanted us to find pieces of Terry without ever understanding what happened to him. Something that watched us searching, that moved around us, that might have been within reach the entire time." Patrick didn't immediately dismiss my statement as I'd half expected. Instead, he continued looking into the forest with renewed wariness. "Whatever it was," he said after a long moment, "I hope to God it stays here." The official investigation into Terry Fishgold's death continued for 11 months before being classified as an unsolved homicide with animal predation as a contributing factor. The forensic evidence, while extensive, yielded no conclusive identification of either human perpetrators or specific animal predators. The case file noted several anomalous characteristics that resisted conventional explanation, but these were ultimately attributed to the wilderness conditions, incomplete evidence recovery, and post-mortem scavenger activity. Terry's recovered remains were released to his wife for cremation in the spring of 1992. For those of us who had participated in the search, the official conclusions were an unsatisfying fiction, a convenient narrative that allowed the case to be filed away without acknowledging its fundamental strangeness. I remained with the Pacific Northwest Search and Rescue Unit for another 2 years after the Fishgold operation, but the experience had fundamentally altered my relationship with the wilderness I'd once considered a challenging but ultimately comprehensible environment. The after effects rippled through our team in various ways. Patrick transferred to an urban emergency response unit 6 months later, citing family reasons, but privately acknowledging he no longer felt comfortable in deep forest operations. Kira continued with search and rescue, but refused assignments in the Olympic National Forest, developing a specialized focus on coastal operations instead. William suffered a nervous breakdown during a routine training exercise when separated from his team for less than 30 minutes. He left search and rescue entirely, moving to Arizona where, he once told me, the desert doesn't hide things the way forests do. Most disturbing was Hector's disappearance 3 years later during a solo hiking trip in the North Cascades. The search operation found his equipment scattered across 2 miles of wilderness in a pattern that triggered immediate, horrible recognition for those of us who had worked the Fishgold case. His remains were never recovered. I left search and rescue in 1993, accepting a position with the Forest Service that kept me primarily at a desk rather than in the field. The decision wasn't conscious avoidance so much as a gradual recognition that my effectiveness had been compromised by what I'd experienced. Over the years, I researched similar cases across the Pacific Northwest and beyond, instances where experienced outdoors people vanished in wilderness areas, where remains were recovered in inexplicable distributions, where evidence contradicted natural explanations. I found more than I expected, often buried in local newspaper archives or mentioned as footnotes in broader studies of wilderness dangers. I kept the map from the Fishgold search, with its meticulous documentation of where each blood trace, each body part, had been discovered. Sometimes, late at night, I would spread it across my desk and study the pattern, or lack thereof, trying to discern some meaning in the seemingly random distribution. On the 10th anniversary of the search, I returned to the Quinault River trailhead. I hadn't planned to hike the trail again. I merely wanted to see the forest entrance in daylight, to reassure myself that it was just a place, trees, underbrush, the natural processes of growth and decay. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, watching hikers enter and exit the trail with casual confidence. They saw beauty where I now perceived only concealment, vitality where I sensed patient observation. The forest remained as it had always been, yet my perception of it had been permanently altered. As I prepared to leave, an older man approached my vehicle, a Forest Service ranger I didn't recognize. He tapped on my window, and I lowered it with some reluctance. "Thought that might be you," he said. "You worked the Fishgold case back in '91. I nodded, surprised to be recognized. "I was with local law enforcement then," he continued. "Spent 3 weeks processing evidence after your team left. Never made sense of half of it." "The official report seemed to make sense of it," I replied, unable to keep a trace of bitterness from my voice. He snorted. "Official reports make sense of everything, don't they? Doesn't make them true." We were silent for a moment, 2 aging men who had glimpsed something neither could explain. "Had 3 hikers go missing last month," he said finally, 2 miles north of where you found that backpack. Search teams found clothing, equipment, some blood, no bodies yet." The information settled like a stone in my stomach. "Any unusual distributions?" "High up in trees, separated by miles, no animal tracks." He met my eyes directly. "Just like before." I nodded, understanding what he wasn't explicitly stating. The pattern was repeating. Whatever had taken Terry Fishgold was still active in the forest, still operating according to its incomprehensible rules. "What do you think it is?" he asked, his voice lowered, though no one was nearby to overhear. I considered my response carefully. In the decade since the search, I'd developed various theories, each more implausible than the last, none fully satisfying. Whatever stalked the Olympic wilderness defied categorization within my understanding of the natural world. I think some places in this world have their own rules, I finally answered. Rules we glimpse only when we've already violated them. I think Terry crossed some boundary without knowing it existed. The ranger nodded slowly. Been doing this job 30 years. Used to think I understood these woods. You still come to work, I observed. Someone has to warn them, he replied simply, gesturing toward the trailhead where hikers continued to enter the forest with casual confidence. Even if they don't listen, even if we don't have the words to explain what we're warning them about. I drove away that day with the realization that the Fishgold case would never truly be closed, not for those of us who had experienced it firsthand, and not for the forest that held its secrets. Whatever had happened in those woods in the summer of 1991 continued to happen, would perhaps always happen, beyond our capacity to prevent or fully comprehend. In my dreams, I still walk those search grids. I still find blood in impossible places, evidence that defies explanation, fragments that never assemble into a coherent whole. I still feel watched by something that moves through the trees according to rules I cannot fathom. And sometimes in those dreams, I look down to discover that I'm following a trail of my own blood, scattered behind me like breadcrumbs, leading to a truth I both seek and dread. Some mysteries, I've learned, are not meant to be solved. They exist not to yield answers, but to remind us that our understanding of the world remains fundamentally incomplete. The forest keeps its secrets, and we who have glimpsed them carry our own silence in return. Terry Fishgold is gone. The thing that took him remains. And the trees stand witness to both, indifferent to our need for explanation or closure. The search continues, but only in memory now. And in the forest, where something still waits, patient and unknowable, for those who stray too far from the trail. I should have trusted my instincts when we first turned onto that unmarked Forest Service road. The main campground had been bustling with activity, families gathered around proper fire pits, RVs neatly parked in designated spots, the comfort of civilization just barely contained by the surrounding wilderness. But I had been determined to find somewhere more secluded, somewhere authentic, as I kept insisting to Jen and our friend Kimberly. Just a bit further, I promised, ignoring the concerned glances they exchanged as our sedan bounced over increasingly rough terrain. The ranger said there are dispersed camping spots down this way. What the ranger had actually said was that these remote sites were rarely used except by experienced backcountry campers, a category that, in retrospect, clearly excluded us with our department store tents and cooler full of craft beer. The sunlight faded rapidly as we ventured deeper, transforming the forest from a welcoming green sanctuary to a maze of grasping shadows and obscured paths. By the time we found a small clearing suitable for camping, darkness had fully descended. The headlights of our car carved out a meager circle of visibility, revealing a patch of flattened earth surrounded by unusually dense forest. The trees stood abnormally close together, creating what appeared to be a solid wall of vegetation just beyond our small clearing. "This doesn't look right," Jen said, her voice tight with apprehension as she surveyed the site. "Where are the fire rings, or any sign that people camp here?" "It's perfect," I insisted, though an uncomfortable sensation had begun forming in the pit of my stomach. We wanted isolation, didn't we? Kimberly remained silent, her attention fixed on the tree line. Later, she would tell me she thought she'd seen movement there, something tall, shifting between the trunks. At the time, she dismissed it as exhaustion from our long drive. We unloaded our gear in tense silence, the sounds of our movements unnaturally amplified in the still air. No distant laughter from other campers, no comforting murmur of a nearby stream, just the soft thud of equipment hitting the ground and our increasingly labored breathing. "Did anyone notice how quiet it got?" Kimberly finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I mean, like completely quiet." She was right. The normal forest ambiance, insects, rustling leaves, the occasional cry of a night bird, had vanished entirely. It was as if the wilderness itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, I laughed nervously, the sound dying quickly in the oppressive stillness. Probably just means rain tomorrow. Animals always know. But deep down, I recognized this peculiar silence for what it was. A warning. Nature was telling us something, and I had deliberately chosen not to listen. Setting up camp proved more difficult than anticipated. The ground beneath us felt wrong, hard in places where it should have been soft, yielding where it should have been firm. Each tent stake I drove into the earth produced a strange, hollow sound, as though I were puncturing something just beneath the surface. "Everything okay?" Jen asked, noticing my hesitation. "Fine," I lied, forcing the final stake into position. "Just takes a bit more muscle out here than at those groomed campgrounds." Our two tents stood awkwardly in the clearing, their bright synthetic colors looking garish and out of place against the natural darkness. We gathered fallen branches for a fire, though I noticed every piece of wood we collected was unnaturally dry, almost brittle to the touch. The fire caught quickly, too quickly, sending up flames that seemed to reach higher than they should have. The light cast by our modest blaze didn't extend far. Instead of illuminating our surroundings, it merely created a small island of visibility surrounded by impenetrable darkness. As we huddled around the fire attempting to cook our dinner, I found myself repeatedly glancing over my shoulder. The sensation of being observed grew increasingly difficult to ignore. "You feel it too, don't you?" Kimberly murmured, following my gaze into the darkness. "Feel what?" I asked, though I knew exactly what she meant. "Like we're being watched. Like there's something." She trailed off, unwilling to complete the thought. Jen shifted uncomfortably beside me. "It's just the isolation playing tricks on us. We're not used to being this far from civilization." I nodded in agreement, though neither of us seemed convinced by her explanation. As we ate our hastily prepared meal, conversation was sparse and forced. We avoided discussing the peculiar atmosphere that had settled over our campsite, as if acknowledging it might somehow make things worse. Later, as the fire began to die down, Kimberly mentioned something about the local history she'd read while researching camping spots. "This whole area was logged pretty heavily in the 1930s, she said, her voice unnaturally loud in the silence. "They say a whole crew of loggers disappeared one winter, never found a trace of them." "That's not helpful right now," Jen snapped, her nerves clearly frayed. "Just making conversation," Kimberly replied defensively. "Besides, it was almost a century ago." I stirred the embers with a stick, watching as sparks spiraled upward, only to be swallowed by the darkness. "Let's turn in. Everything will seem less intense in the morning." We extinguished the fire with meticulous care, and I performed a final check of our surroundings before retreating to our tents. Nothing seemed obviously amiss, yet I couldn't shake the conviction that something fundamental had changed about the forest since our arrival. As Jen and I settled into our sleeping bags, I found myself straining to hear anything, any sound that might indicate the normal processes of nature continuing around us. But all I could detect was the sound of our own breathing and the occasional rustling as Kimberly shifted position in her tent nearby. "Do you think we should leave tomorrow?" Jen whispered, her hand finding mine in the darkness. "Let's see how we feel in the morning," I replied, though in truth, I was already contemplating how early we could reasonably pack up and depart. Sleep came reluctantly, fragmentary and shallow. I drifted between consciousness and uneasy dreams, each time waking with the certainty that someone or something had called my name. I jolted awake sometime after midnight, my heart hammering against my ribs. For a moment, I couldn't identify what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it again. A long, wavering cry that seemed to rise and fall in a distinctly unnatural pattern. It wasn't an animal sound I recognized, despite years of camping and hiking. This had a quality that made my skin tighten with instinctive fear. Beside me, Jen stirred. "What was that?" she whispered, her fingers digging into my arm. "I'm not sure," I admitted, listening intently as the sound faded. "Maybe a fox or a coyote. They can make weird noises sometimes." The explanation felt hollow even as I offered it. Whatever had produced that sound, it wasn't any wildlife I'd encountered before. The cry held an almost deliberate quality, as if it were trying to communicate something specific. We lay motionless, barely breathing as we waited for it to repeat. Instead, an absolute silence descended, deeper and more complete than before. The forest seemed to be listening too, anticipating what might come next. Eventually, Jen's grip on my arm relaxed slightly. Maybe it was farther away than it sounded, she suggested, though her voice remained tense. I nodded in the darkness, unwilling to contradict her. Try to get some sleep. I'll stay awake for a while just to be sure. As she settled back down, I strained my senses, searching for any hint of movement outside our tent. For several minutes, nothing disturbed the unnatural quiet. Then I detected it, a faint sound like careful footsteps on the gravel around our campsite. The steps had a measured quality to them, deliberate and patient. They seemed to circle our tent, maintaining a consistent distance. My mouth went dry. I considered calling out, thinking it might be Kimberly, unable to sleep and checking our surroundings, but something stopped me, an instinctive certainty that whoever or whatever was circling our tent was not our friend. The footsteps completed what seemed to be a full circuit of our campsite before gradually fading. I waited, counting my heartbeats, for what felt like hours. When nothing further happened, exhaustion eventually overcame my vigilance, and I slipped into an uneasy sleep. I woke again to a strange illumination filtering through the tent fabric. My first thought was relief. Dawn had arrived. But a quick check of my phone showed it was only 3:17 a.m. The light outside had an unusual quality, not the blue-gray of early morning, but a sickly yellowish glow that seemed to pulse slightly. Careful not to wake Jen, I shifted to the tent entrance and peered through a small gap in the zipper. What I saw made no sense. The clearing was largely dark, yet there appeared to be points of dim illumination moving among the trees. They drifted slowly, like fireflies, but much larger and with that same unnatural yellow tint. As I watched, one of the lights separated from the others and began moving toward our tent. My breath caught in my throat as it approached, growing slightly brighter with proximity. It hovered about 10 feet from the tent, remaining stationary for several heartbeats before abruptly extinguishing itself. In its absence, I became aware of a silhouette where the light had been. A tall, indistinct figure standing motionless at the edge of our clearing. Though I could discern no details in the darkness, the shape was unmistakably person-like, yet somehow wrong in its proportions. I scrambled back from the tent opening, my heart racing. Beside me, Jen murmured in her sleep, troubled by dreams she would later describe as filled with watching eyes. I lay rigid, afraid that any movement might attract attention from whatever waited outside. Eventually, unable to maintain my terrified vigilance, I succumbed once more to exhaustion. My last conscious thought was a desperate prayer that morning would come quickly, bringing with it the rational light of day. I awoke to pressure on my feet, a distinct, deliberate weight pushing down through the sleeping bag. For a disoriented moment, I thought Jen had shifted position in her sleep. Then I realized two critical facts simultaneously. She was still beside me, and the pressure was coming from outside the tent. Something was pressing down on the tent fabric exactly where my feet were positioned. Panic surged through me, galvanizing my body into action before my mind could fully process what was happening. I kicked violently and began shouting, the sound tearing from my throat in a primal expression of terror. "What? What is it?" Jen bolted upright, confusion and fear mingling in her voice. I continued thrashing, unable to articulate what I'd felt. The pressure had vanished the instant I began moving, but the memory of it remained. Deliberate, testing, curious. Not the random weight of a falling branch or an animal investigating our tent, but something purposeful. Something was pressing on the tent. I finally managed to gasp. Right on my feet, like someone was... "Are you sure?" Jen interrupted, her voice tight with controlled fear. "Maybe you were dreaming." I shook my head vehemently. It was real. I felt it. We fell silent, listening intently for any sound outside. Nothing disturbed the pre-dawn stillness, no footsteps retreating, no branches breaking, not even the rustle of disturbed underbrush. Whatever had been there had departed with impossible stealth. "We need to check on Kimberly," Jen whispered after several minutes had passed. The prospect of leaving our tent filled me with irrational dread. but I knew she was right. Gathering what courage I could muster, I unzipped the tent flap and cautiously extended my flashlight beam into the darkness. The clearing appeared unchanged. Our car, Kimberly's tent, the cold fire pit, all exactly as we had left them. No footprints marked the soft earth around our tent. No evidence remained of whatever had applied that deliberate pressure. We approached Kimberly's tent with trepidation, calling her name softly. After a moment of heart-stopping silence, the zipper opened, and her frightened face appeared. "Did you hear that shouting?" she demanded. "What happened?" "You didn't come outside at all tonight?" I asked, ignoring her question. She shook her head emphatically. "I haven't left my tent since we all turned in. What's going on?" We exchanged glances, the implications settling over us like a physical weight. If Kimberly had remained in her tent all night, then the footsteps I'd heard, the pressure on our tent, these had come from someone or something else. "We're leaving," I announced, my voice steadier than I felt. "Right now. Pack up only what you need. We can come back for the rest in daylight." Neither of them argued. We moved with frantic efficiency, stuffing sleeping bags into stuff sacks and gathering only essential belongings. The entire time, I kept glancing toward the tree line, half expecting to see those drifting lights return, or worse, the vague human-like silhouette I'd glimpsed earlier. Within 20 minutes, we had thrown our hastily packed gear into the car and were ready to depart. As I started the engine, the headlights illuminated the campsite one final time. In that brief moment, I thought I saw something reflect the light at the forest's edge, 2 points of dull yellow gleam, like eyes watching our retreat. I reversed quickly, maneuvering the car back toward the forest road with more haste than caution. No one spoke until we had left the clearing far behind and rejoined the main campground road, where the reassuring sight of other tents and vehicles finally allowed us to exhale. "What happened back there?" Kimberly asked from the back seat, her voice small and strained. "I don't know," I admitted, "and I don't think I want to know." We drove to a 24-hour diner about 30 miles from the campsite, where we huddled in a booth nursing cups of coffee as we waited for dawn. The harsh fluorescent lighting and background chatter of other customers gradually helped restore a sense of normalcy, though we all started at unexpected sounds. "We should report this," Jen said finally, breaking our extended silence. "What if someone else camps there?" I nodded reluctantly. "But report what exactly? Strange noises? A feeling of being watched? They'll think we're just city folks spooked by normal forest sounds." "What about the pressure on the tent?" Kimberly asked. "And those lights you saw? Those aren't normal." I had no answer. How could I explain phenomena that I barely understood myself? Even now, seated in the deliberately ordinary surroundings of the diner, my experience seemed increasingly implausible. Had I imagined the pressure on the tent? Had the strange lights been nothing more than fireflies or reflections from our flashlights? "Maybe we could ask around," Jen suggested. "See if anyone local knows anything about that area." Our waitress, an older woman with a weathered face and kind eyes, provided an unexpected opportunity when she came to refill our coffee. "You folks look like you've had a rough night," she observed. "Camping troubles?" Hesitantly, I described our experience, omitting the more unsettling details and framing it as simple confusion about whether we'd camped in a proper spot. It was off Forest Service Road 22, about 7 miles in. Small clearing, very isolated. The change in her expression was subtle but unmistakable. A slight tightening around the eyes, a momentary pause in her movement. "That's odd," she said, her casual tone sounding forced. "Not many people camp out that way anymore." "Is there a reason?" Kimberly pressed. The waitress shrugged, but her discomfort was evident. "Just stories, you know how it is in small towns. Supposedly, there was an incident out there years back. A hiker went missing. Search parties looked for weeks, but never found anything." She busied herself wiping an already clean section of table. "Probably just got lost and wandered out somewhere else. It happens." "But people avoid the area because of it?" I asked. "People have their reasons for staying away from certain places," she replied cryptically. "Sometimes it's just a feeling, you know, like you're not welcome." She excused herself to attend to other customers, leaving us to contemplate her words. We exchanged glances, each recognizing our own experience in her description. "So it's not just us," Jen said quietly. I nodded, both relieved and disturbed by the confirmation. But it doesn't explain what happened. As daylight fully established itself outside the diner windows, we debated our next steps. The rational course would be to report our experience to the Forest Service office, retrieve our abandoned equipment in full daylight, and put the entire incident behind us. Yet something kept us lingering in that booth, reluctant to approach the forest again, even with the supposed safety of daylight. "What if we go to the local library?" Kimberly suggested. "Maybe there's something in old newspapers about that missing hiker or other incidents in the area." The idea gave us purpose, a way to approach our experience through the filter of research and documented fact. We paid our bill, leaving the waitress a generous tip, and headed for the town's small library, which opened at 9 a.m. The librarian, a young man with an eager helpfulness that suggested visitors were uncommon, directed us to their archives of local newspapers and a small collection of books on regional history. We divided the materials among ourselves and began searching for any mention of Forest Service Road 22 or incidents in that area of the National Forest. After 2 hours of increasingly dusty investigation, patterns began to emerge. No single dramatic event explained the apparent aversion to our camping spot, but rather a steady accumulation of small incidents over decades. Hikers reporting disorientation, campers cutting trips short without explanation, a forest ranger requesting reassignment from that sector after only 2 months on the job. Most tellingly, I found a survey map from the 1950s that showed our clearing marked with a simple notation: site unsuitable for development, geological concerns. Yet no specific geological hazard was ever documented. "It's like the forest itself doesn't want people there," Kimberly observed, leafing through a thick binder of wildlife incident reports that contained no references to our area, an absence that seemed significant given the detailed documentation of animal encounters throughout the rest of the forest. "That's ridiculous," I replied automatically, though without conviction. "Forests don't want things." Yet as we continued our research, I found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the idea entirely. What if certain places did somehow resist human presence? Not through supernatural means, but through some confluence of natural factors, geological, biological, perhaps even psychological, that created an environment inherently hostile to human intrusion. As the morning wore on, we gradually assembled a disquieting picture. Our seemingly random choice of campsite had taken us to a location that local knowledge had quietly designated as a place to be avoided. Not dramatically, not with warning signs or official restrictions, but through the more subtle mechanism of communal memory and shared experience. By early afternoon, we faced a practical decision: return to the campsite to retrieve our abandoned equipment or write it off as an expensive lesson. The rational part of me insisted that in daylight, with full awareness, the place would reveal itself as nothing more than an ordinary clearing in the woods. Whatever had frightened us had been amplified by darkness and isolation. "I'll go back," I announced finally. "You two can wait in town." Both Jen and Kimberly immediately objected. "If anyone goes, we all go," Jen insisted, though her expression revealed her reluctance. We drove back toward the forest in tense silence. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the road as we turned onto Forest Service Road 22, its unpaved surface seeming more rugged than I remembered. Each mile increased my certainty that returning was a mistake, yet I continued driving, propelled by a mix of practical necessity and stubborn curiosity. When we reached the turnoff to our campsite, I stopped the car. Last chance to change our minds. No one spoke for several seconds. Then Kimberly leaned forward from the back seat. "I want to understand what happened. Don't you?" Her question crystallized something I had been avoiding acknowledging. Beneath my fear lay a powerful need to make sense of our experience, to place it within some framework that would allow me to file it away as explained. I nodded and continued driving. The final approach to our clearing seemed longer than it had the previous evening, the forest on either side more dense and impenetrable. When we finally emerged into the open space where we had camped, I was struck by how ordinary it appeared in daylight. Just a small, somewhat overgrown clearing that showed signs of infrequent use. Our abandoned tents stood exactly as we had left them, slightly collapsed from our hasty departure, but otherwise undisturbed. No mysterious footprints marked the ground. No unexplained lights drifted among the trees. The entire scene projected such mundane normalcy that I began to doubt my own memories of the night before. We exited the car cautiously, each of us surveying the area with wary attention. Birds called from the surrounding forest, insects buzzed in the underbrush, all the natural sounds that had been so conspicuously absent during our stay. "It feels different," Jen observed, her posture gradually relaxing. I nodded in agreement. "Maybe we just worked ourselves up last night, forest psychosis or something." We began dismantling our campsite, working quickly despite the apparent absence of threat. No one suggested lingering or exploring the surrounding woods. We wanted our belongings and then departure in that order. As I was collapsing my tent, I noticed something odd about the ground beneath it. A series of small, perfectly circular depressions arranged in a pattern that resembled footprints, but not of any animal or human I recognized. They led from the forest edge directly to where my feet had been positioned in the tent. I called the others over to examine the marks. "Those weren't there yesterday," Kimberly stated with absolute certainty. "I would have noticed when we set up the tents." I knelt to examine one of the depressions more closely. It penetrated about 2 inches into the soil, its edges remarkably crisp, as if something had been inserted and removed with surgical precision. I probed one with a stick, finding the bottom oddly compacted. "Maybe it's just some kind of fungus," I suggested, not believing it myself. "Or animal burrows." Jen shook her head slowly. "Animals don't dig in perfect circles, or in straight lines." As we contemplated the inexplicable markings, the forest around us gradually grew quiet again. The transition was so subtle that I only noticed when the silence was nearly complete, the ambient sounds of wildlife fading until only our own movements disturbed the stillness. "We need to go," Kimberly whispered, her earlier curiosity replaced by renewed apprehension. "Right now." No one argued. We hastily stuffed the remaining equipment into the car, unconcerned with proper packing. As I closed the trunk, I glanced toward the tree line one final time. Though I saw nothing unusual, the forest's edge seemed to waver slightly, as if viewed through rising heat. Yet the air was cool and still. We departed with the same urgency that had marked our pre-dawn escape, though now we had the added discomfort of witnessing the clearing transform from an ordinary woodland opening to something that defied rational explanation. The forest had changed while we watched, or perhaps our perception of it had altered in some fundamental way. Whatever the case, our one shared certainty was that we would never return to that place, regardless of what we might have left behind. The drive back to the city passed in contemplative silence, each of us processing what we had experienced. By tacit agreement, we stopped at a motel just outside the national forest boundary, unwilling to continue traveling after dark. None of us felt capable of explaining our abrupt return to friends or family just yet. In our shared room, over takeout food that none of us had much appetite for, we finally attempted to construct some rational framework for what had happened. "There has to be a logical explanation," I insisted, more for my own benefit than theirs. "Maybe there's some kind of natural gas seeping from the ground there. It could explain the lights. Methane can ignite spontaneously under certain conditions, and gas exposure might have affected our perceptions." Jen considered this theory. That might explain the lights and even our uneasiness. But what about those perfect circular marks, or the pressure on the tent? I had no answer for that. Each attempt at a conventional explanation faltered against some detail that refused to conform to normal understanding. What if it's not supernatural, but it's also not anything science has properly cataloged yet? Kimberly suggested. There are still so many things about nature we don't fully understand. This middle ground offered some comfort, a way to acknowledge the reality of our experience without venturing into territory that challenged our fundamental worldview. We weren't claiming ghosts or monsters, just an encounter with some aspect of the natural world that defied our limited understanding. Maybe that's why the locals avoid it, Jen added. They've learned through experience that something about that place affects people negatively, even if they don't know why. As our conversation continued, I noticed Kimberly repeatedly checking her phone, scrolling through the photos she had taken during our trip. Most were typical camping snapshots from before things turned strange. Jen and me struggling with tent poles, the three of us posing by the car, the modest fire we had built. "What are you looking for?" I asked finally. She hesitated before responding. "I took a few pictures this afternoon while we were packing up. I wanted to document those circular impressions in the ground." She handed me her phone, opened to one such photo. It showed a patch of forest floor that I recognized as the area beneath my tent. But the image contained no circular depressions, just ordinary woodland soil and scattered pine needles. "That's not possible," I said, zooming in on various sections of the photo. We all saw them. They were right there. Kimberly nodded grimly. "Every picture is like that. It's as if the marks were only visible to our direct observation." We passed the phone around, each confirming what seemed increasingly undeniable. We had shared a perception of reality that objective documentation could not capture. This realization stirred profound unease, challenging not just our experience of that particular place, but our fundamental trust in our own senses. "Maybe we should talk to someone professional," Jen suggested cautiously. "Not because we're crazy, but because this kind of experience can be destabilizing." I understood her concern. Already I found myself questioning other memories, wondering what other perceptions might have been shared, illusions rather than objective reality. The implications extended far beyond one unsettling camping trip. "I keep thinking about what you said regarding the pressure on your feet," Kimberly said, addressing me directly. "It was so specific. Not random, but deliberate. Like something was, I don't know, testing." Her observation articulated what had been lurking at the edges of my thoughts. Whatever had happened at that campsite had possessed a quality of intentionality that was difficult to reconcile with purely natural phenomena. Not necessarily conscious in a human sense, but purposeful in a way that random events were not. "I don't think I'll be camping again anytime soon," Jen said quietly. "Maybe ever." I reached for her hand, finding it cold despite the warm room. "We don't have to figure this out tonight. Maybe with time and distance it will make more sense." But even as I offered this reassurance, I doubted it would prove true. Some experiences resist rational categorization, existing in the uncomfortable space between what we can explain and what we undeniably perceive. Our night in that forest clearing seemed destined to remain in that liminal territory, too real to dismiss, too strange to integrate into our understanding of how the world works. As we prepared for sleep in our sterile motel room, with its reassuring locks and proximity to civilization, I found myself listening for sounds beyond the routine hum of the air conditioner and distant traffic. Part of me remained alert for that distinctive wavering cry or the measured footsteps that had circled our tent. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams of circular patterns spreading across familiar landscapes, transforming them into something alien and uninhabitable. 6 months have passed since our experience in that nameless clearing off Forest Service Road 22. Outwardly, our lives have returned to normal routines: work, social obligations, the mundane rhythms of everyday existence. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy runs a current of permanent alteration, a shift in how we perceive the world and our place within it. We haven't spoken of that night as a group since our return, though occasionally Jen will wake beside me, her breathing rapid and shallow, and I know without asking that she has revisited that place in her dreams. In those moments, we hold each other in silent acknowledgement of a shared trauma that defies conventional articulation. Kimberly moved to a different city 2 months after our trip. Her farewell message mentioned a need for urban surroundings, and though she didn't explicitly connect this decision to what happened, the implication was clear. She has surrounded herself with concrete and glass, human-made environments where nature exists only in carefully managed parks and potted plants. For my part, I have developed what might be considered an obsession, though I prefer to think of it as methodical investigation. I've spent countless hours researching similar accounts from around the world, places that people avoid without clear reason, locations where electronic equipment fails inexplicably, sites where visitors report consistent psychological effects despite no obvious environmental cause. These locations exist on every continent, in forests, deserts, mountains, and oceans. Most remain undocumented in scientific literature, their abnormalities preserved only in local knowledge and personal testimony. Yet patterns emerge when these accounts are compared. shared characteristics that suggest some common underlying phenomenon. My office walls are now covered with maps marked with these sites, annotated with details from historical records and first-hand accounts. Jen tolerates this project with concerned resignation, understanding that it represents my attempt to contextualize what happened to us, to place it within some framework that diminishes its power to disturb. Last week, I received an email from a forest ranger who had been stationed near our camping location years ago. He had found my online query about the area and offered a perspective that has continued to haunt me. Some places in the forest feel wrong because they are wrong, not in any supernatural sense, but in a deeper ecological way, like an immune response to an intrusion. We think we understand nature because we've cataloged species and mapped terrains, but there are aspects to the relationship between living systems that we've barely begun to comprehend. His words resonated with a theory I've been developing, that certain locations may represent something akin to neurological nodes in larger ecological systems, points where the complex interactions between countless organisms achieve a kind of emergent response capability. Not consciousness as we understand it, but a form of systemic reaction to perceived threats, in this case, human presence in an area particularly sensitive to disruption. This theory offers cold comfort. It suggests a natural explanation for our experience while simultaneously implying that what we encountered represents only the visible edge of profound natural processes operating beyond our awareness or comprehension. Occasionally, I consider returning to that clearing, in daylight, with proper equipment and multiple witnesses. The ranger I corresponded with strongly advised against this, noting that whatever happened there seems to escalate with repeated exposure. His final message included a warning that continues to resonate. Some questions are best left unanswered, some places are best left unvisited. I've mostly heeded this advice, though I sometimes find myself tracing the route on maps, calculating driving times, imagining what a properly prepared expedition might discover. These thoughts typically come in the pre-dawn hours, when the boundary between rational thought and deeper impulses grows thin. Jen sees these moments reflected in my expression and gently steers me toward more grounded concerns. Whatever it was, she reminds me, it stays there only if we leave it there. She's right, of course. Yet part of me remains convinced that what we experienced represents something significant. A glimpse beyond the comfortable illusion that we understand the natural world and our place within it. As I write this account, partly as documentation, partly as exorcism, I'm struck by how inadequate words are to convey the fundamental wrongness we encountered. The rational mind insists on categorization, on familiar frameworks of understanding. But some experiences resist such containment, existing in the uncomfortable space between established knowledge and the vast territory of the unknown. In my dreams, I still hear that distinctive cry echoing through dark forests. I still feel the deliberate pressure targeting my exact location within the tent. I still see those perfect circular depressions that appeared in soil that should have held no such marks, yet vanished from photographic evidence. These memories retain their clarity while simultaneously suggesting something just beyond comprehension, like a word forgotten in mid-sentence, tantalizingly close yet unreachable. Perhaps this lingering uncertainty represents the true horror of what we encountered. Not a discrete threat that can be named and therefore contained, but a fundamental challenge to our perception of reality itself. The realization that the natural world may contain aspects that actively resist human presence or understanding undermines our species' most basic assumptions about our relationship with our environment. As I conclude this record, a storm gathers outside our apartment windows. The wind through the city streets sometimes produces sounds that momentarily resemble that distinctive, wavering cry from the forest. In those moments, I find myself frozen, listening intently, wondering if what we encountered has found some way to follow us from that remote clearing into the heart of civilization. God willing, such thoughts are merely the residue of an experience not yet fully processed. Psychological aftershocks from a trauma gradually fading with time. But sometimes, in the spaces between heartbeats, I remain unconvinced. August 2021, was supposed to be the perfect month for our expedition to Yosemite National Park. I had just turned 20, and as a graduation gift to myself, I convinced my Uncle Michael and his friend Gregory to take me on a hike to Half Dome. Two of Greg's colleagues, Jasmine and Kimberly, joined our group, though their involvement in what happened was minimal at best. The drive from San Francisco to Yosemite took nearly 4 hours. I remember staring out the window as the landscape gradually transformed from urban sprawl to rolling hills, then to the majestic Sierra Nevada mountains. Michael drove while Greg navigated, occasionally sharing stories about previous hiking expeditions. The two had been friends since college, both experienced outdoorsmen who had conquered trails across California. "You're going to love it," Michael assured me, glancing in the rearview mirror. "Half Dome is challenging, but the view from the top is worth every step." I nodded, feigning confidence. The truth was, despite my enthusiasm, I felt anxious. This would be my most ambitious hike to date, a 16-mile round trip with over 4,800 feet of elevation gain. The cable section at the end, a notoriously steep climb up the rounded granite face of Half Dome, had featured in my nightmares for weeks leading up to our trip. We arrived at the park entrance in the late afternoon. The ranger who checked our permits was oddly somber. "Make sure you stay on the designated trails," she warned, her eyes lingering on me a moment too long. "We've had several hikers require rescue this season. The weather changes fast up there." As we pulled away, I noticed Greg watching the ranger station shrink in the side mirror. "Strange woman," he muttered, almost like she didn't want us to go. "It's just standard safety talk," Michael replied. But I caught the slight uncertainty in his voice. Our campsite was situated about 20 minutes from the Mist Trail trailhead, nestled among towering pines. We arrived with enough daylight to set up camp, 2 tents and my hammock strung between sturdy trees. I preferred sleeping in the open air. Something about the gentle sway and the immediate connection to nature always helped me sleep better. At least that's what I believed before that night. After a simple dinner of freeze-dried meals heated over a portable stove, we reviewed our plan for the following day. The itinerary was aggressive. Wake at 4 a.m., begin hiking by 4:30, reach the summit by early afternoon, and return before sunset. "Remember," Michael emphasized, "we stay together. No wandering off, no shortcuts. The trail can be disorienting, especially in the dark." If only we had adhered to that advice more strictly. As night fell, the temperature dropped rapidly. The stars emerged in spectacular fashion, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a celestial highway. Under different circumstances, I would have stayed up to admire them, but knowing the early start ahead, I retreated to my hammock while the others settled into their tents. I drifted off to sleep with the gentle sounds of the forest around me, the distant hooting of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the light breeze, the occasional crackle from our dying campfire. Normal, peaceful sounds that would soon give way to something entirely different. I woke with a start, my heart racing without apparent cause. The forest was different, quieter, as though holding its breath. My watch showed 3:30 a.m. I wasn't due to wake for another 30 minutes, but I felt completely alert, my senses heightened to an almost uncomfortable degree. The moon hung low and full, casting an unnatural brightness over our campsite. Every shadow appeared sharper, deeper, more defined than it should have been. I lay motionless in my hammock, trying to identify what had jarred me from sleep. There had been no nightmare, no sudden noise that I could recall. Just an overwhelming sensation that something wasn't right. I sat up slowly, scanning the perimeter of our camp. The tents containing the others stood motionless, their occupants presumably still asleep. Our gear remained untouched. Nothing appeared disturbed. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The forest floor, typically alive with the movement of nocturnal creatures, remained eerily still. Even the breeze had died down, leaving the trees in a rigid, unnatural pose, like actors frozen mid-performance. I strained my ears, listening for anything out of place. At first, nothing but silence. Then, almost imperceptible, the sound of movement in the underbrush, several yards beyond the reach of the moonlight. Not the familiar scurrying of a small animal, but something more deliberate, something heavier. Footsteps. I remained perfectly still, not daring to breathe. The footsteps continued, a slow, methodical circuit around our camp, just beyond the visual threshold of the moonlight. Occasionally they would pause, as though their owner was observing us, before resuming their patrol. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds receded, fading into the distance until I could no longer discern them from the ambient noises of the forest. I contemplated waking Michael and Greg, but hesitated. What would I say? That I heard footsteps? It could have been a park ranger doing routine checks, or perhaps a fellow camper who had lost their way. There was no reason to disturb everyone's sleep over what might be nothing. I lay back, but sleep refused to return. I fixated on the moonlight filtering through the canopy, creating dappled patterns that seemed to shift and contort, even without a breeze to move the branches. The sensation that I was being watched persisted, despite the silence that had returned to the forest. At 3:50 a.m., I decided to abandon the pretense of sleep. I slipped out of my hammock and approached Michael's tent, intending to suggest we get an early start. Before I could call out to him, the tent flap unzipped, and he emerged, looking troubled. "Were you walking around?" he asked immediately, his voice hushed but urgent. "No," I replied, confused by the question. "I've been in my hammock. Why?" Michael glanced around the campsite, his expression guarded. "I woke up because I heard someone walking around. Not an animal. A person. Deliberate steps circling the camp." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the pre-dawn temperature. "I heard it too," I admitted. "I thought I was imagining things." Greg emerged from his tent, already dressed. "Everything okay out here?" he asked, though something in his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Did you hear anything unusual?" Michael asked him. Greg hesitated before nodding. "Footsteps. Too heavy for an animal, too methodical for a lost hiker." He shrugged, attempting nonchalance. Probably just a ranger checking the sights. We all agreed that must be the explanation, but I noticed none of us appeared convinced. By unspoken agreement, we began preparing for the hike earlier than planned, perhaps all equally eager to leave the campsite behind. As I gathered my gear, I caught Greg staring into the darkness beyond the campsite, his flashlight beam probing the dense foliage. For a moment, I thought I saw the light reflect off something, a pair of eyes perhaps, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. "Ready?" Michael asked, shouldering his pack. We nodded, and without further discussion, headed toward the car. We reached the trailhead parking lot by 4:30 a.m., exactly as planned despite our early start. The pre-dawn air felt dense, almost stuffy, unusual for the typically crisp mountain mornings. A handful of other vehicles dotted the lot, fellow hikers with similar plans to beat the day's heat and crowds. I stepped out of the car, inhaling deeply, trying to clear the lingering unease from our disturbed night. The familiar scent of pine and earth should have been comforting, but something subtle lurked beneath those natural odors, something faintly metallic and unfamiliar. Michael busied himself checking our supplies while Jasmine and Kimberly adjusted their hiking boots. Greg stretched his arms overhead, glancing toward a small concrete building near the trailhead. "I'm going to use the restroom before we start," he announced, grabbing his headlamp. "Be right back." I watched as Greg's figure retreated down the short path that led from the parking area to a T-intersection with the main trail. The restroom facilities stood directly across this intersection, through a small clearing. His light bobbed in the darkness until it disappeared behind the building. Michael realized he'd forgotten his hiking poles in the trunk and asked me to help retrieve them. We spent perhaps 5 minutes reorganizing gear before heading to the intersection to wait for Greg. The first hints of dawn had begun to lighten the eastern sky, though the forest remained shrouded in deep shadow. 5 minutes passed, then 10. "What's taking him so long?" Michael muttered, checking his watch. "I'll go check," I offered, crossing the small field to the restroom building. The structure contained 3 stalls, all empty. No sign of Greg. I called his name, receiving only the hollow echo of my own voice in response. Back at the intersection, Michael's expression shifted from annoyed to concerned when I reported Greg's absence. Maybe he went back to the car for something, he suggested, though his tone lacked conviction. We waited another 10 minutes, growing increasingly uneasy. The dawn light slowly strengthened, revealing empty pathways in all directions. "I'll check the car," Michael said finally. "You stay here in case he comes back." I stood alone at the intersection, scanning the surrounding forest. Morning birdsong had begun to fill the air, but something about it seemed off, too scattered, lacking the harmonious quality typical of dawn choruses. I called Greg's name several times, listening intently after each call. Nothing. Michael returned, shaking his head. "Not at the car." "Could he have gone ahead to the trailhead without us?" I suggested, though it made little sense. Greg was experienced enough to know better than to separate from the group. We decided to check the main trailhead, leaving Jasmine and Kimberly at the intersection in case Greg returned. The trailhead was already becoming active with early hikers, but none matching Greg's description. After nearly 30 minutes of searching and growing concern, I decided to make one final check of the car and restrooms. I jogged back along the path, my mind spinning through increasingly worrying scenarios. Halfway to the intersection, a figure emerged from the trees to my left. I nearly collided with him before recognizing Greg. His appearance stopped me cold. His normally meticulously kept hair was disheveled, his face gleaming with sweat despite the cool morning air. Most disturbing was his expression, a combination of confusion and something else I couldn't quite identify. Fear, anger. His eyes seemed somehow different, though I couldn't articulate how. "Where have you been?" I demanded, relief quickly giving way to frustration. "We've been looking everywhere for you." Greg blinked, seeming to take a moment to register my presence. "I went to the bathroom," he said, his voice oddly flat. "When I came back to the intersection, you weren't there. I assumed you'd gone ahead to the trailhead." "That's impossible," I countered. "Michael and I waited at the intersection for at least half an hour. We checked the car, the bathroom, the trailhead. You weren't anywhere." He shrugged dismissively. "Well, I don't know what to tell you. I went to the bathroom, came back, and you were gone." Something about his tone, the casual way he dismissed our concern, felt wrong. This wasn't the Greg I knew, a man usually quick to apologize and clarify misunderstandings. "Where's Michael?" he asked. "At the trailhead, looking for you." Greg nodded, then immediately asked again, "Where's Michael?" I stared at him. "I just told you. He's at the trailhead." As we crossed the footbridge leading to the trailhead, Greg suddenly pointed to a faint light visible through the trees along the riverbank. "Oh, maybe that's him," he said with unexpected animation. I followed his gaze, confused. The light was clearly too far off the trail to be Michael's, and the suggestion made no sense given what I had just told him. I chose not to respond, continuing toward the trailhead with growing discomfort. When we reunited with the others, their relief was palpable. Greg offered no real explanation for his disappearance, and though Michael pressed him briefly, the subject was eventually dropped in favor of beginning our delayed hike. As we finally set out on the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. Greg's behavior remained subtly off, his movements too stiff, his reactions slightly delayed, his attention frequently drifting to shadows between the trees that no one else seemed to notice. Even more disturbing was the realization forming in my mind. I wasn't entirely convinced that the person who returned to us was the same Greg who had disappeared. The mist trail began deceptively gently, winding through fragrant pine forest alongside the rushing Merced River. Under normal circumstances, I would have appreciated the growing light, revealing the majestic landscape around us. But my attention remained fixed on Greg's peculiar behavior. He walked slightly apart from our group, sometimes lagging behind, other times surging ahead unpredictably. Occasionally, he would stop abruptly, head tilted as though listening to something inaudible to the rest of us. When questioned, he would startle slightly before offering a too casual explanation about admiring the scenery. Michael noticed it too. About an hour into our hike, as we approached Vernal Fall, he fell into step beside me. "Something's off with Greg," he murmured, keeping his voice low enough that the others couldn't hear. "Has he said anything to you?" I shook my head. "Nothing that makes sense. It's like he's distracted or listening to something we can't hear." "Maybe he's just tired," Michael suggested, though his expression indicated he didn't believe it. The mist trail earned its name as we approached Vernal Fall, where the powerful cascade sent up clouds of spray that drenched the stone steps leading alongside it. Normally refreshing, today the mist felt unnaturally cold against my skin, almost oily in texture. As we climbed the slippery granite staircase beside the thundering waterfall, I noticed Greg staring intently into the mist, his expression oddly vacant. When I followed his gaze, I saw nothing but swirling vapor, yet he remained transfixed until Michael called his name 3 times, each progressively louder. "Sorry," Greg said, blinking rapidly. "I thought I saw someone on the other side." We all looked, but the opposite side of the falls was a sheer cliff face, impossible to traverse. "Must have been a shadow," Kimberly suggested, though her voice betrayed uncertainty. Our group fell silent as we continued climbing, the only sounds being our labored breathing and the roar of the waterfall. The usual camaraderie that marked our previous hikes was conspicuously absent, replaced by a tense vigilance that no one acknowledged but everyone felt. Beyond Vernal Fall, the trail opened to a beautiful valley with clear views of Nevada Fall ahead. We stopped for a brief rest, during which I noticed Michael conducting a subtle inventory of our supplies. "Has anyone seen my red flashlight?" he asked, frowning as he searched his pack. No one had. It was the first of several items that would inexplicably disappear throughout the day. Kimberly's glove, a water bottle, my trail map. Each disappearance was easily attributable to carelessness or being dropped along the trail, yet the accumulation of these small losses created an unsettling pattern. The sun had fully risen, but it provided little warmth. Shadows seemed to linger unnaturally long in places where they should have been banished by the morning light. I found myself avoiding these darker patches without consciously deciding to do so. As we approached the junction where the Mist Trail meets the John Muir Trail, Greg suddenly veered off course, heading toward a dense thicket of trees. "Greg!" Michael called sharply. "Where are you going?" Greg stopped, looking back with confusion. "I thought I saw a trail marker." "The trail is clearly here," Michael said, gesturing to the well-worn path we stood on. Greg rejoined us without further explanation, but I noticed him glancing back several times as we continued on. Whatever he thought he saw, it wasn't visible to the rest of us. The ascent grew steeper as we approached the subdome, the final section before the infamous cables. The terrain became increasingly barren, dominated by exposed granite that reflected the sunlight with uncomfortable intensity. Despite this, the air remained strangely cool, almost cold in places where shadow touched. We passed other hiking groups, exchanging brief greetings, but I noticed something unusual in these encounters. Other hikers seemed to give our group, particularly Greg, a wide berth, their eyes sliding away as though reluctant to make contact. One woman actively pulled her child closer as we passed, though she smiled tightly when I caught her eye. Were we projecting some subtle tension that others could sense? Or was there something more visible that I was missing? As we approached the base of Subdome, Greg stopped abruptly, staring up at the imposing granite formation with an expression I couldn't decipher. "It's watching us," he said softly. "What?" Michael asked, clearly unnerved. Greg blinked, then laughed unconvincingly. "The mountain. It's impressive how it dominates the landscape, isn't it? Like it's watching over everything." We continued upward, but his words lingered in my mind, taking on a significance beyond their literal meaning. The mountain did indeed seem to loom over us with an almost sentient presence, indifferent to our struggles, yet acutely aware of our intrusion. The final approach to Half Dome's summit involves navigating the infamous cables, twin steel lines anchored to the granite that provide the only support for hikers traversing the perilously steep face. Under normal circumstances, this section inspires a healthy mix of exhilaration and terror. Today, something darker colored the experience. As we queued behind other hikers waiting for their turn at the cables, I noticed Greg staring not at the imposing ascent ahead, but at the vast expanse of forest spreading beneath us. His gaze tracked something I couldn't see, methodically sweeping back and forth as though following movement. "Beautiful view," I commented, trying to discern what had captured his attention. "They're following the trails," he replied without looking at me. "Who is?" He turned, seeming surprised by my question. "The hikers, of course. What else would I mean?" Before I could respond, it was our turn to begin the cable ascent. The physical demands of the climb temporarily pushed aside my unease. Gripping the steel cables, we pulled ourselves upward along the nearly 45-degree incline, our boots seeking purchase on the wooden slats spaced intermittently along the route. Halfway up, Jasmine froze, overcome by vertigo or fear. As Michael coached her through her panic, I glanced down at the line of hikers behind us. The perspective was dizzying, tiny figures clinging to the mountain face like insects on a wall. For a disorienting moment, the entire scene seemed to shift, as though the mountain itself had taken a subtle breath. I blinked hard, attributing the illusion to fatigue and altitude. When I looked again, everything appeared normal, though a persistent sense of wrongness lingered. We reached the summit shortly after noon, emerging onto the vast, flat expanse of Half Dome's Peak. The achievement should have been triumphant, the panoramic views of Yosemite Valley a just reward for our efforts. Instead, a strange, subdued mood settled over our group as we found a spot to rest and eat. The summit was crowded with other hikers, their voices and laughter creating a reassuringly normal background to our quiet meal. I noticed Greg had positioned himself slightly apart, facing away from the magnificent vista that everyone else had come to admire. Again, his attention seemed fixed on the forest below, his expression unreadable. "Aren't you going to take any photos?" I asked, approaching him with water bottle extended as a peace offering. He accepted the water without looking at it. "Some things shouldn't be captured," he replied cryptically. A cloud passed overhead, casting a brief shadow across the summit. In that momentary dimming, I could have sworn the chattering voices around us faltered in perfect unison, resuming as the sunlight returned. No one else appeared to notice. As we prepared to begin our descent, I realized I hadn't seen Kimberly for several minutes. A quick scan of the summit didn't reveal her distinctive red jacket. Michael noted my concern. "She went behind those rocks to find some privacy," he explained, gesturing to a formation near the edge that provided some shelter from view. 10 minutes passed with no sign of her return. Jasmine volunteered to check on her, disappearing around the same rock formation. She returned moments later, confusion evident on her face. "She's not there," Jasmine reported. A brief search of the summit located Kimberly sitting calmly on the opposite side, staring out over the valley. When questioned about her movement, she seemed genuinely puzzled. "I've been here the whole time," she insisted. "I told Greg I was moving to this spot." All eyes turned to Greg, who shrugged. "I don't remember that." The incident passed without further comment, but I noticed Michael keeping closer watch on everyone afterward. The pleasant fatigue that should have accompanied our achievement was instead replaced by a growing tension that no one acknowledged directly. As we prepared to descend via the cables, I felt a sudden, overwhelming sensation of being observed, not by the other hikers around us, but by something else entirely. The feeling was so intense that I turned in a complete circle, scanning our surroundings. "What's wrong?" Michael asked, noticing my behavior. "Nothing," I replied automatically, though the sensation persisted. Just taking one last look. The descent via the cables proved more physically demanding than the ascent, requiring careful backward steps and constant tension on tired muscles. About a third of the way down, Greg, positioned directly ahead of me, suddenly stopped. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the wind. I listened but detected nothing unusual, just the sound of exertion from other hikers and the distant rustle of wind through trees far below. "Someone's calling from the woods," he continued, his knuckles white on the cables. "We need to keep moving," Michael called from above. "People are waiting." Greg remained frozen for several more seconds before abruptly resuming his descent. Moving with a mechanical precision, that seemed at odds with the careful, measured movements required by the treacherous terrain. By the time we cleared the cables and reached the relative safety of Subdome, the late afternoon sun had begun its descent toward the western horizon. We needed to maintain a steady pace to reach the trailhead before dark. As we began the long trek down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being paced by something moving parallel to the trail, just beyond the line of visibility. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned to look directly, I saw only trees swaying in the breeze. The mountain shadow stretched longer across the valley with each passing minute, as though reaching out to reclaim us. The descent from Half Dome should have been straightforward, the same path we had ascended, just in reverse. 4 to 5 hours of steady hiking would return us to the trailhead before full darkness set in. Yet from the moment we left the summit, subtle distortions began to accumulate. We reached the intersection of the John Muir Trail and the Mist Trail by late afternoon. The logical choice was to take the Mist Trail, steeper but shorter, the most direct route back. Michael consulted the map, confirming our position. Mist Trail will get us down fastest, he concluded, folding the map and replacing it in his pack. Greg pointed to the John Muir Trail junction. That's the Mist Trail, he said with absolute conviction. No, it's not, Michael countered, frowning. The Mist Trail is here. He gestured to the correct path. Greg stared at both trails, blinking rapidly. Right, he finally said. Of course. This momentary disorientation might have been dismissed as fatigue-induced confusion, but it marked the beginning of a pattern. Landmarks that should have been familiar from our ascent seemed subtly altered on the descent. Trees appeared to have shifted position. Rock formations looked different when approached from the opposite direction. The light was changing too, the golden late afternoon sunlight taking on an unnatural quality as it filtered through the trees. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, darker in their centers, with edges that seemed to pulse slightly when viewed peripherally. About an hour into our descent, we passed Nevada Fall. The thundering cascade should have been on our left, yet somehow we approached it from an angle that placed it on our right. No one commented on this impossibility, though I saw confusion flicker across Jasmine's face as she glanced between the waterfall and the trail markers. The day's heat had begun to dissipate, replaced by a coolness that felt out of proportion to the normal evening temperature drop. I pulled on a light jacket, noticing that my breath was becoming visible in the increasingly chill air. "Does it seem colder than it should be?" I asked Michael quietly. He nodded, glancing at his watch. "Temperature drops fast in the valley once the sun starts to go down. We need to pick up the pace." But our pace was already steady, perhaps even faster than prudent for the increasingly treacherous downhill terrain. My legs burned with the strain of controlled descent, yet we seemed to be covering less ground than expected. "Doesn't it seem like we should have reached Vernal Fall by now?" Kimberly finally voiced what we all were thinking. Michael consulted his watch again. "We have been on the trail longer than I expected," he admitted, "but the descent always feels different than the climb." Greg had fallen behind slightly, and I slowed to wait for him. When he caught up, I noticed his eyes constantly scanning the forest on either side of the trail. "You okay?" I asked. "We're walking in circles," he replied matter-of-factly. "What?" "The trail. It's looping back on itself." I looked ahead at the clearly defined path winding down the mountainside. "That's impossible. We're following the established trail." Greg's laugh lacked any trace of humor. "Just because we can see it doesn't mean it's going where it should." Before I could respond, he quickened his pace, moving ahead to join the others. His words lingered in my mind, gaining unwelcome credibility as our descent continued. Despite maintaining a consistent downhill trajectory, landmarks I expected to see failed to materialize, while unfamiliar sections of trail appeared before us. The forest grew denser as we continued downward, the trees closing in on either side of the path. Sound became muffled in a way that couldn't be explained by the vegetative buffer alone, as though the air itself had thickened, dampening acoustic vibrations before they could fully form. "We should have passed that distinctive boulder formation by now," Michael muttered after another hour of hiking. He pulled out his map again, studying it with increasing frustration. According to this, we should be approaching the footbridge before Vernal Fall. I glanced around at our surroundings. Dense forest with no sign of a waterfall or bridge. Could we have taken a wrong turn? There are no wrong turns, he insisted. The trail is clearly marked the entire way. As if to contradict him, we rounded a bend to find ourselves facing an unexpected fork in the path. Neither direction was marked with the usual trail signs. "This isn't right," Jasmine said, voicing our collective confusion. This fork wasn't here on the way up. Greg stepped forward, pointing to the left-hand path without hesitation. "This way." "How can you be sure?" Michael challenged. "I just am." Something in his tone made further argument seem pointless. We followed the left path, which initially appeared to descend in the correct general direction. After about 10 minutes, however, the trail began to level out, then subtly incline upward, the opposite of the descent we should have been making. "This is wrong," Michael said, stopping abruptly. "We're heading back up." Greg turned, his expression unreadable in the fading light. "No, we're not. The trail just dips and rises. It will descend again soon." Before Michael could respond, a distant sound reached us, faint but unmistakable. Voices, other hikers on the trail ahead, their conversation indistinct but their presence reassuring. "See," Greg said, gesturing forward. "Others are ahead. The trail must be correct." We continued forward, listening as the voices gradually became more distinct, except they didn't. Despite apparently drawing closer to their source, the voices remained tantalizingly just beyond the range of comprehension, present enough to confirm human origin, too distant to discern words. The light was failing rapidly now, the forest canopy accelerating the onset of darkness. Michael called a halt, and we all retrieved our flashlights. Mine flickered weakly despite fresh batteries installed that morning. Others experienced similar issues, their lights casting sickly, insufficient pools of illumination that seemed to struggle against the encroaching darkness. "This isn't right," Michael said again, his voice tight with suppressed concern. "We should have reached the valley floor by now." No one disagreed, yet we had no choice but to continue forward, each step taking us deeper into an increasingly unfamiliar landscape. The trail itself remained clear, but its surroundings had transformed into something none of us recognized from our ascent. The voices ahead continued to call, always just beyond the next bend, their eerie persistence both beckoning and warning. Complete darkness descended with unnatural swiftness. One moment we could still discern shapes and shadows. The next, an impenetrable blackness enveloped us, broken only by our struggling flashlight beams. The darkness felt almost tangible, pressing against us with malevolent intent. "We need to stay together," Michael instructed, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Keep the person ahead of you in sight at all times." We formed a line, Michael leading, followed by Jasmine, Kimberly, myself, and Greg bringing up the rear. Our pace slowed to a cautious shuffle, each step carefully placed on an increasingly treacherous path. The trail had narrowed, hemmed in by dense vegetation that seemed to shift and reach toward us when illuminated by our flashlights. The distant voices that had drawn us forward gradually faded, replaced by the ambient sounds of the forest at night. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whisper of wind through leaves. Yet these familiar sounds carried unfamiliar qualities, occurring at irregular intervals and emanating from directions that seemed to change without logic. "Does anyone recognize where we are?" Jasmine finally asked, her voice small against the vast darkness. No one answered immediately. The truth was too disquieting to voice aloud. We were on a trail that shouldn't exist, in a section of forest that bore no resemblance to the well-documented path between Half Dome and the valley floor. "We're still on the main trail," Michael insisted, though his tone lacked conviction. "It's just difficult to recognize in the dark." I felt someone close behind me, their breath on my neck. I turned, expecting to see Greg, but he was several paces back, his flashlight beam pointed at the ground. "Did you just move up behind me?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor from my voice. He looked up, confusion evident even in the poor light. "No, I've maintained the same distance." I turned back to face forward, accelerating slightly to close the gap between myself and Kimberly. The sensation of being closely followed persisted, though I resisted the urge to look back again. Our progress slowed further as the trail began to twist unpredictably, sometimes doubling back on itself in a way that defied topographical logic. Michael frequently consulted his compass, his frustration growing as the readings contradicted our perceived direction of travel. "This makes no sense," he muttered after one particularly bewildering turn. "According to this, we're heading north, but we should be moving west, descending toward the valley." "The mountains interfering with the magnetic field," Greg suggested, his voice oddly calm compared to the rising panic evident in the others. "That's not how compasses work," Michael snapped. "Isn't it?" Greg replied. Something in his tone made me shiver despite the exertion of hiking. Time became increasingly difficult to track. My watch indicated we had been descending for over 4 hours, yet the trail showed no signs of approaching the valley floor. Fatigue set in, muscles protesting the continued strain, mind struggling against the disorientation of prolonged darkness and unfamiliar terrain. "We need to rest," Kimberly announced, her voice strained. "Just for a few minutes." Michael reluctantly agreed, and we found a small clearing just off the trail. Sitting in a tight circle, we shared what remained of our water and energy bars. No one spoke much, each lost in private thoughts or too exhausted for conversation. I noticed Greg sitting slightly apart, his flashlight extinguished, staring into the darkness as though he could perceive what was hidden from the rest of us. When I directed my light toward him, he flinched, raising a hand to shield his eyes. "Sorry," I murmured, lowering the beam. "They don't like the light," he replied cryptically. Before I could ask who they were, a sound echoed through the forest, a long, keening wail that resembled no animal I'd ever heard. It started low, rising in pitch until it became almost painfully high, then abruptly ceased. We froze, straining to locate the source. "Mountain lion?" Jasmine suggested, her voice barely audible. Michael shook his head. "Doesn't sound like any mountain lion I've ever heard." The wail came again, closer this time, seemingly from multiple directions simultaneously. It was answered by another, then another, until the forest resonated with an impossible chorus. "We need to move," Michael decided, scrambling to his feet. "Now!" No one argued. We hastily gathered our belongings and returned to the trail, our earlier fatigue forgotten in the surge of adrenaline. The sounds pursued us, maintaining a consistent distance regardless of our pace, never quite catching up, never fully receding. The trail began to slope more steeply downward, offering the first encouraging sign in hours that we were indeed descending toward the valley. Our pace quickened, hope lending new energy to tired limbs. Then, as suddenly as it had steepened, the trail leveled out, opening into a large clearing that none of us recognized. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading outward like beseeching arms, its trunk wider than any oak should grow at this elevation. "This isn't right," Michael said for what felt like the 100th time that night. "This clearing, this tree, they shouldn't be here." Greg stepped forward, approaching the tree with an expression of recognition. "We've been here before," he said softly. "That's impossible," I replied. "We would remember a tree like this." He turned to face me, his features strangely animated in the harsh light of my flashlight. "Not tonight, before, long before." A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a scent I recognized from our campsite the previous night. That faintly metallic odor underlying the natural forest smells. The same wind seemed to whisper through the oak's branches, creating a sound disturbingly similar to the keening wails that had pursued us. Michael consulted his compass again, then pointed to a narrow path leading away from the oak. "This way, it's heading west." As we followed this new trail, I glanced back at the oak tree. For an instant, I thought I saw figures moving around its base, thin, elongated shapes that melted into the darkness when I tried to focus on them directly. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Kimberly. "See what?" she asked, but her tone suggested she already knew what I meant, and had seen it too. The trail narrowed again, descending so steeply that we were forced to brace ourselves against trees to prevent falling. The vegetation changed subtly, transitioning from mixed conifers to more deciduous species, a shift that suggested we were indeed approaching lower elevations. After what seemed like hours, but may have been only minutes, the trees suddenly thinned, and we found ourselves on a familiar stretch of trail. Unmistakably, the lower section of the mist trail, perhaps half a mile from the trailhead. The relief was palpable. Even our flashlights seemed to brighten, their beams cutting more effectively through the now ordinary darkness. "We made it," Jasmine breathed, the first to voice our collective relief. Michael nodded, though his expression remained guarded. "Let's keep moving. I want to reach the car before we celebrate." As we resumed our hike on now familiar terrain, I found myself repeatedly looking back, half expecting to see something emerging from the forest behind us. Nothing materialized, yet the sensation of being followed, of being watched, persisted until we finally reached the trailhead. The parking lot appeared exactly as we had left it that morning, our car waiting alongside a handful of others, the restroom building standing silent in the darkness. Everything normal, everything as it should be. Yet as we loaded our gear into the trunk, I caught Greg staring back at the trailhead, his expression unreadable. "What is it?" I asked. "It let us go," he replied softly. "This time." The drive back to our campsite passed in exhausted silence. Despite having successfully completed the hike, no one felt the usual sense of accomplishment. Instead, a shared understanding hung unspoken between us. Something inexplicable had occurred on that mountain, something beyond rational explanation. We arrived at our campsite well after midnight. Too tired to cook, we consumed the remaining energy bars and trail mix before retreating to our respective sleeping arrangements. I hesitated before climbing into my hammock, the memory of the previous night's disturbances still fresh. "Maybe I should sleep in the car," I suggested half-jokingly. Michael shook his head. "We're all staying together tonight. I'll leave the rain fly off my tent so I can see out." Despite my exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. Each forest sound triggered heightened alertness. Each shift in the breeze felt significant. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were fragmented and disturbing. Images of endless trails that doubled back on themselves, of shadows that moved independently of their casters, of voices calling from places no human could reach. I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat despite the cool night air. The forest around our campsite appeared perfectly normal in the pre-dawn light, no sign of the unnatural stillness that had marked the previous morning. Birds sang their usual chorus, small creatures rustled in the underbrush, everything as it should be. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation that something fundamental had changed, not in our surroundings, but in our perception of them. Like a photograph with subtle details altered, the world appeared the same at first glance, but revealed disturbing inconsistencies upon closer inspection. We broke camp efficiently, eager to leave despite having originally planned to stay another night. No one suggested extending our trip. By unspoken agreement, we were going home. As we loaded the last of our gear into the car, Greg paused, staring into the forest with that same distant expression he had worn throughout much of our hike. "What do you see?" I finally asked, unable to contain my curiosity. He turned to me, his eyes clearer than they had been since his disappearance the previous morning. "Nothing," he replied. "Not anymore." The drive home felt unnaturally long, the landscape outside the windows somehow less substantial than it had been on our journey to Yosemite. We stopped only once for fuel and food, conversation limited to practicalities. Michael dropped me off first, helping unload my gear with mechanical efficiency. As I shouldered my backpack, he hesitated, clearly struggling with something he wanted to say. "What happened out there?" he began, then faltered. "I don't know," I admitted. "I don't think any of us do." He nodded, relief evident in his expression, relief that he wasn't alone in his confusion, that his perception hadn't been uniquely compromised. "Let's talk in a few days," he suggested, "after we've had some time to process." I agreed, though privately I wondered what there was to process. We had experienced something that defied rational explanation, something that would likely make less sense with reflection rather than more. That evening, as I was unpacking my gear, my phone rang. Michael's name flashed on the screen. "Have you spoken to anyone about yesterday?" he asked without preamble. "No, why?" He exhaled heavily. "My wife knew we were camping. She said she had a dream where she saw me in a tent in a forest, with someone standing outside." The chill that ran through me had nothing to do with the air conditioning in my apartment. "She woke up around 3 in the morning," Michael continued, "with an overwhelming urge to pray for me. And she did. 3 in the morning, precisely when I had awakened to the sound of footsteps circling our camp." "What does it mean?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted an answer. "I don't know," Michael replied. "But Greg called me after I dropped him off. He doesn't remember anything about disappearing at the trailhead. Says he went to the bathroom and came right back." "That's impossible. He was gone for over half an hour." "I know, and there's something else." Michael paused. "He claims he never said any of those strange things on the trail, about the mountain watching us, about the trail looping back on itself. He has no memory of any of it." I sat heavily on the edge of my bed, trying to process this information. If Greg had no memory of his own bizarre behavior, then either he was lying, for reasons I couldn't fathom, or something had influenced his actions and perceptions without his awareness. Neither possibility was comforting. "Do you think we should report this?" I asked. "To the park rangers, maybe?" Michael's laugh held no humor. "And tell them what? That we got lost on one of the most well-marked trails in the national park system? That we heard voices and saw shadows? That my friend acted strangely and doesn't remember it?" He was right, of course. We had no evidence beyond our subjective experiences, nothing that would convince authorities that anything unusual had occurred. "So we just, what, pretend it didn't happen?" I asked. "I don't think we can," Michael replied softly. "I don't think it will let us." After ending the call, I sat in silence for a long time, replaying the events of the past 2 days in my mind. Each recollection seemed to shift slightly, details changing in subtle ways that made me question my own memory. Was the trail really as disorienting as I remembered? Were the voices we heard actually just the wind? Was Greg's behavior truly as bizarre as it had seemed at the time? Yet beneath these natural doubts lay a deeper certainty. Something had happened on that mountain, something beyond normal explanation. The forest had changed around us, the trails had shifted, time and distance had distorted in ways that defied physical laws. In the weeks that followed, I researched missing persons cases in Yosemite, finding dozens of instances where hikers vanished without explanation, many on well-traveled trails in good weather. Some were eventually found, unable to explain how they had become lost in familiar territory. Others remained missing, their disappearances adding to the park's mysterious legacy. I never returned to Half Dome, though the mountain frequently appeared in my dreams, always looming, always watching, always waiting. In these dreams, I would find myself on endless trails that circled back on themselves, pursued by something I could never quite see, but always sensed just behind me. Michael and I spoke occasionally about our experience, our recollections growing hazier with time, yet never completely fading. Greg, however, refused to discuss the trip at all, changing the subject whenever it arose. Something in his eyes suggested he remembered more than he admitted, or perhaps feared remembering. Sometimes, when hiking other trails closer to home, I find myself scanning the forest edge, listening for footsteps that don't match my own. The sensation of being observed has never fully dissipated, as though whatever noticed us in Yosemite continues to track our movements from afar. I've come to believe that certain places in this world exist at the intersection of realities, locations where the familiar and the unknown bleed into one another under specific conditions. Yosemite, with its ancient forests and towering monoliths, may be one such place. What watched us from the forest that night? What distorted our path and time itself? What briefly claimed Greg before returning him subtly changed? I have no answers. Only the lingering certainty that for a brief period, we glimpsed something beyond the world we thought we knew, and it glimpsed us in return. Perhaps most disturbing is the thought that occurs to me in the darkest hours of night. What if it followed us home? What if, even now, it waits just beyond the threshold of perception, observing from shadows we've been conditioned to ignore? Some nights, I still wake suddenly at 3:30 a.m., heart racing for no apparent reason, listening for footsteps that never quite materialize. And in those moments between sleeping and waking, I could swear I hear distant voices calling from the woods behind my apartment. Voices that sound almost, but not quite, human. The forest has a way of changing a person. I learned that my first season as a park ranger in the Olympic National Forest. Most who visit see only the gentle side, sunlight filtering through ancient cedars, the peaceful streams, the occasional deer watching curiously from a distance. They never stay long enough to feel the weight of the wilderness pressing in, to hear the whispers that come when darkness falls. I wasn't always like this, jumpy, scanning the tree line, keeping my back to walls. Before the incident at Blackwater Ridge, I was like any other ranger, proud of my uniform and passionate about conservation. I'd graduated near the top of my class in forestry management and landed what I considered a dream position. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, I welcomed it after years of crowded dormitories and noisy classrooms. My cabin stood at the edge of the most remote sector of the park, a simple structure with a metal roof that sang during rainstorms. It had the basics: a wood stove, a desk for paperwork, shelves lined with field guides and tattered paperbacks left by previous occupants. One of them, a dog-eared horror novel about creatures lurking in mountain caves, would later seem less like fiction and more like a warning I should have heeded. "You'll get used to talking to yourself," my supervisor Jake had said during orientation, his leathery face crinkling with amusement. "Just don't start answering back. That's when we worry." We'd laughed, but 3 months into my solitary posting, I understood what he meant. The isolation creeps into your mind gradually. I'd catch myself narrating my daily tasks aloud, describing the flora and fauna as if leading an invisible tour group. It was harmless enough. What wasn't harmless were the search and rescue operations. Olympic claimed hikers every year, some from exposure, others from falls, and a few simply vanished without explanation. The veterans spoke of these cases in hushed tones around campfires, their faces grave in the flickering light. "Nature takes what it wants," they'd say, passing a flask. "These mountains been here long before us, and they'll be here long after." I dismissed their superstitions as the ramblings of men who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. That was before I found the journal. It was during a routine trail check after heavy rainfall had washed out portions of the Silverbrook Path. The small leather-bound book lay half-buried in mud beside a fallen log, its pages swollen with moisture but still legible. The handwriting was erratic, starting as neat observations about wildlife sightings, but deteriorating into frantic scrawls by the final entries. Day 14. Prints again this morning, too large for bear. Stride length impossible for known wildlife. Something watches the cabin at night. Day 16. The sounds outside aren't animal, they're almost words. God help me, I think it's trying to speak. Day 17. It knows I'm alow. The entry cut off mid-word, a dark smear trailing from the final letter. I told myself it was mud, not blood, though the coppery scent suggested otherwise. I should have reported finding the journal immediately, but something held me back. Instead, I slipped it into my pack and continued my patrol, unaware that I'd crossed a threshold from which there was no return. That night, I heard the knocking for the first time. 3 distinct raps against the cabin wall, too deliberate to be a branch in the wind. Then silence, heavy and expectant, as if something waited just beyond the walls for me to respond. I didn't sleep. No one does, not really, after the first encounter. The darkness outside my windows seemed to press against the glass with physical weight, and somewhere in that darkness, I knew it was watching. The old-timers had a name for what lurked in these woods. They never used it directly, referring instead to the tall one, or simply the Watcher. But I knew what they meant, what the indigenous peoples called Sasquatch, what the rest of the world mockingly referred to as Bigfoot. I'd laughed at those stories once. I wasn't laughing anymore. The first disappearance happened 3 weeks after I found the journal. A hiker named Marcus Chen, experienced outdoorsman with all the right gear, set out on a 4-day trek along the Ridgeline Trail. When he didn't check in at the designated ranger station, we organized search parties. I was assigned the North Quadrant with Ranger Davis, a grizzled veteran of the service who spoke little but observed everything. "They never find anything, you know," Davis said as we trudged through dense undergrowth. "Not a backpack, not a boot, nothing. It's like they just stepped sideways out of our world." I wanted to dismiss his words as dramatic exaggeration, but something in his tone made my skin prickle. "What do you think happens to them?" He stopped walking and turned to face me, eyes narrowed against the afternoon sun. "Think? I don't think anything. I know what I've seen, and that's enough." He tapped his temple. "When you've been out here long enough, you'll know too." We found Chen's campsite that afternoon. The tent was intact, sleeping bag still inside. His cooking gear was arranged neatly beside a fire pit that had burned down to cold ash. His trail mix sat open on a log, as if he'd been snacking when something caught his attention. But it was the trees that made my blood run cold. 3 massive pines surrounding the campsite had been broken, not cut, not knocked over by wind, but snapped halfway up their trunks, the splintered ends pointing inward toward the tent like accusing fingers. The force required to break trees of that size would be immense. "Seen this before," Davis muttered, running his hand along one jagged break. "They mark their territory." "Bears?" I asked, though I knew better. He just gave me a look that said more than words could. That night in my cabin, I read more of the Water Damage Journal. The author, who I'd identified from the faded name inside the cover as Thomas Blackwood, a ranger who'd worked my sector 3 years prior, described increasingly bizarre encounters. Trees knocked against each other in patterns too regular to be coincidental. Stone cairns appearing outside his cabin overnight. Footprints measuring 22 inches in length. "I tried reporting it," he wrote. "They think I'm losing it out here alone. Maybe I am. But I know what I hear at night. The mimicry is getting better. Yesterday it called my name in Jake's voice, perfect pitch and cadence. But Jake was 50 miles away at headquarters. I nearly dropped the journal when 3 loud knocks rattled my cabin door. My hand moved instinctively to the service revolver I kept for emergencies. Bears, mountain lions, the occasional aggressive vagrant. The knocks came again, more insistent this time. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I expected. Silence answered me. Then so quietly I almost thought I imagined it, my name whispered from just beyond the door, in Davis's voice. But Davis was at the western station, 30 miles away. I didn't open the door. Instead, I retreated to the far corner of the cabin, gun drawn, and waited for dawn. Sleep was impossible with the intermittent sounds circling my cabin. Heavy footfalls, occasional scrapes against the walls, and twice more, my name in Davis's perfect drawl. When morning finally came, I stepped outside to find a semicircle of stones arranged on my porch, each the size of a softball and unnaturally white against the weathered wood. And pressed into the soft earth at the bottom of my steps was a single, massive footprint. I photographed it beside my boot for scale. The impression dwarfed my size 12 Ranger issue footwear, nearly twice its length and 3 times as wide. The detail was incredible. 5 distinct toes, a pronounced arch, skin texture visible in the packed soil. This was no bear track. No man in costume could leave an impression with such anatomical precision. This was something else entirely, something that science insisted couldn't exist. And yet there it stood, undeniable proof pressed into the earth outside my door. I should have reported it immediately. Protocol dictated documenting any unusual wildlife activity. But who would believe me? I'd be the laughingstock of the service, another ranger gone mountain crazy from too much solitude. Instead, I did what Thomas Blackwood had done before me. I kept a record, my own journal, meticulously noting each incident, photographing evidence when possible, building a case that I wasn't sure I'd ever share. Because deep down, I understood a terrible truth. Whatever was out there wanted to be known, but only by me. It was establishing contact. And I couldn't shake the feeling that Thomas Blackwood wasn't reassigned as the official record stated. The forest had claimed him, just as it might claim me. The radio crackled to life at 4:37 a.m., jolting me from the light doze I'd fallen into after another night of watchful vigilance. Ranger Station 8, come in. We have a situation. I recognized Deputy Chief Harmon's voice, tight with the controlled tension that only comes with serious emergencies. Station 8 responding, I answered, already reaching for my uniform. We've got a family of 4 missing. Thompson party, scheduled for a 2-night stay at Clearwater Campground. Didn't check in, cars still at the trailhead. Need you to coordinate with Davis and Rivera on search and rescue. Quadrant mapping's been uploaded to your tablet. My stomach tightened. A solo hiker disappearing was unfortunate, but not unheard of. An entire family vanishing was something else entirely. Copy that. Any signs of wildlife activity? Bear? Cougar? I asked, dancing around what I really wanted to know. The pause before Harmon's response lasted a beat too long. Nothing confirmed, but there were disturbances at the campsite. Rivera will brief you on scene. I met the others at Clearwater 2 hours later, the morning fog still clinging to the forest floor like reluctant ghosts. Rivera, normally talkative, was uncharacteristically silent as she led me to the Thompson family's abandoned campsite. Holy shit, I whispered when I saw it. The family's tent remained standing, but something had pressed against it with such force that the aluminum support poles had bent inward. Their belongings were untouched. 4 sleeping bags arranged neatly, a backpack for each family member, even a stuffed rabbit that presumably belonged to their 6-year-old daughter. But surrounding the campsite, every tree within 30 yards had been snapped at the same height, approximately 10 feet up, their tops hanging down like broken necks. Some had been driven partially into the ground like spears. No human could do this, Rivera said, her voice barely audible. Not even with equipment. Davis arrived minutes later, taking in the scene with eyes that betrayed no surprise. Just like the Chen site, he muttered. Only bigger, it's escalating. What's escalating? Rivera asked. Davis and I exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between us. She hadn't been out here long enough. She wouldn't understand. Let's focus on finding the Thompsons, I said instead. Davis, take the eastern trail. Rivera, head north toward the creek. I'll cover the ridge path. Radio check every 30 minutes. Separated, each pursuing our assigned search routes. The ridge path climbed steadily through increasingly dense forest, the underbrush grabbing at my pant legs as if trying to hold me back. 3 miles in, I found the first sign that the Thompsons had come this way, a child's pink water bottle lying beside the path, still half full. I reported the finding and pressed on, the trail narrowing as it wound around a rocky outcropping. That's when I noticed the silence. No birdsong, no rustle of small mammals in the underbrush. The forest had gone completely still, as if holding its breath. My radio crackled, making me jump. Station 8, come in! Davis's voice, strained. Go ahead. I found... The transmission broke into static. Davis, repeat your last, you're breaking up. More static. Then his voice came through clearly. Get to my position, now! The GPS showed him a half-mile northwest of my location. I abandoned the trail, cutting directly through the forest toward his coordinates. When I found him, he was standing motionless in a small clearing, staring upward. I followed his gaze and felt my legs go weak. 30 feet up, carefully arranged in the crook of a massive pine, was what remained of the Thompson family's camping gear. Sleeping bags, clothing, cooking equipment, all methodically placed as if to recreate their campsite in the treetops. A family photo in a plastic frame had been positioned prominently in the center of the arrangement, the smiling faces looking down at us. Jesus Christ, I whispered. This isn't random, Davis said, his voice hollow. It's communication. It wants us to know it took them, that it can take any of us. Before I could respond, Rivera's panicked voice burst through the radio. Movement! Large! Oh God, it's fast, heading northeast from my position. Without a word, Davis and I broke into a run toward her coordinates. We found her radio abandoned on a moss-covered log, still transmitting. Of Rivera herself there was no sign, except for her ranger hat hanging from a branch 15 feet above the ground. "Rivera!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the silent forest. "Rivera!" Only the forest answered, with a long, low whistle that no human throat could produce. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, surrounding us completely. Then 3 thunderous knocks from the darkness beyond the trees. Knock, knock, knock. Davis grabbed my arm, eyes wide. "Run," he whispered. "Back to back. Move now." We retreated, each watching the other's blind spots. Weapons drawn, though I knew instinctively they would be useless against what hunted us. Halfway back to Clearwater, we heard Rivera's voice calling from deep in the woods. "Help me! I'm hurt! Davis? Anyone?" Davis's grip on my shoulder tightened. "That's not her," he hissed. "It's mimicking. Don't answer. Don't even look." The voice called again, more desperate this time. It was perfect. Rivera's distinct cadence, the slight Mexican accent she'd never fully lost. But something in it raised the hairs on my neck. An emptiness behind the words, as if they were sounds without meaning. We made it back to Clearwater as darkness was falling. The search for Rivera and the Thompsons continued for 2 weeks, involving 3 counties worth of search and rescue personnel, cadaver dogs, and eventually FBI agents. They found nothing. Not Rivera's body, not a trace of the family beyond what we'd already discovered. In my report, I documented the broken trees, the elevated campsite recreation, Rivera's hat in the tree. I did not mention the mimicked voices, the impossible footprints, or the sense of intelligent malice that had saturated the forest that day. Those details went into my private journal alongside my growing collection of inexplicable observations. The official report listed the disappearances as missing persons, presumed wilderness casualties, cause unknown. The case remained open but inactive. But I knew, and in the darkness of my cabin each night, as the knocking grew more frequent and the mimicry more precise, I began to understand that knowing was part of its plan. The days following Rivera's disappearance passed in a fog of dread and hypervigilance. I requested transfer to a different station, any station, but with the department short-staffed after losing Rivera, my appeal was denied. I was told to stick it out until the end of the season, just 3 more months. Davis, my only ally who understood what we were facing, was reassigned to headquarters for debriefing, leaving me alone at Station 8. Alone with whatever watched from the woods. The knocking continued nightly, always in 3s, always from a different location around my cabin. Sometimes it would stop for days, lulling me into the false hope that perhaps it had moved on, only to resume with greater intensity. I began recording the sounds on my phone, capturing not just the knocks but the other, more disturbing phenomena. Twigs snapping in rhythmic patterns, my name whispered from the darkness, and once, terribly, Rivera's voice sobbing just beyond my window. I installed motion-activated game cameras around the perimeter of the station, positioning them to cover every approach. Most mornings, I'd review the footage to find nothing unusual, but occasionally the cameras would trigger at precisely 3:17 a.m., capturing only a dark blur at the edge of the frame, or more unnervingly, nothing at all despite the sensor being activated. Then came the night when all 6 cameras triggered simultaneously. The timestamps matched perfectly, 3:17 a.m. across all devices. But instead of the usual empty frames or motion blurs, each camera showed exactly the same thing. A tall, dark figure standing motionless at the very edge of the infrared range, just barely visible enough to make out its silhouette. It was tall, perhaps 8 or 9 feet, with proportions that were almost but not quite human. The shoulders too broad, the arms too long, the head shaped wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. In each camera's footage, it faced directly toward the lens, as if it knew precisely where each device was positioned. I downloaded the footage immediately, backing it up to multiple drives. This was irrefutable evidence, the kind that would force the department to take my reports seriously. I sent the files to my personal email as further backup, then prepared a formal incident report. When I reviewed the footage again to include precise timestamps in my documentation, every video file showed only empty forest. The figure was gone, the files altered somehow despite being stored locally on my computer. Only my phone backup remained intact, and even there, the image had degraded to a shadowy shape that could be dismissed as a technical glitch or shadow. My hands shook as I realized what this meant. It didn't just watch. It could interfere. It understood technology well enough to manipulate digital evidence. That day, I received a call from headquarters. The Forest Service was sending a psychology specialist to evaluate my mental fitness for duty. Standard procedure, they assured me, after witnessing the traumatic disappearance of a colleague. The evaluation was scheduled for the following week. They thought I was breaking down. Maybe I was. But the journal I kept, now filled with meticulous documentation of each incident, told a different story. I was not imagining the systematic pattern of events unfolding around Station 8. Something intelligent was executing a careful campaign of psychological warfare, isolating me, testing my responses, and steadily escalating its demonstrations of power. That night, I decided to try something different. When the knocking came, 3 sharp raps against my bedroom wall, I knocked back. 3 times, matching the rhythm exactly. The silence that followed was heavier than any I'd experienced before, a vacuum of sound that seemed to pull at my eardrums. Then, slowly, deliberately, came a response. 5 knocks in a complex pattern. Without thinking, I repeated it. 5 knocks, same rhythm, same spacing. The response was immediate. The same 5-knock pattern, but faster, followed by 3 new knocks in a different sequence. I was having a conversation. A primitive one, but undeniably an exchange of communication with whatever lurked outside. My heart raced as I repeated the new pattern. This continued for nearly an hour, the sequences growing increasingly complex, my responses matching each one until I failed to reproduce a particularly intricate series of 17 knocks. When I fumbled the pattern, the knocking stopped abruptly. I waited, breath held, for it to resume. Instead, a new sound came, something being dragged heavily across my porch. Then, silence again. I didn't look outside until dawn broke. When I finally opened my door, I found a freshly killed deer arranged on my porch, its neck broken cleanly, body positioned as if in peaceful sleep. Beside it lay a small branch stripped of bark, notches carved into it in the exact pattern of the knock sequence I had failed to replicate. It wasn't just communicating now, it was teaching. I photographed everything, adding the images to my growing file of evidence. Then I dragged the deer deep into the forest, away from my cabin, heart pounding with each step into the trees. I could feel eyes on me the entire time, watching from somewhere just out of sight. That afternoon, I hiked to the ridge where cell reception was strongest and called Davis on his personal number. "It's getting worse," I told him when he answered. "I need everything you know, everything you've seen or heard about these things. The department's sending someone to evaluate me, and if they pull me out, there's no one left who understands what's happening." Davis was silent for so long, I thought we'd lost connection. Finally, he spoke, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "There's a file," he said. "Not digital, paper only, kept in a locked cabinet in the chief's office. Every encounter for the past 70 years, documented by rangers just like you and me. Descriptions, patterns, witness accounts, all consistent across decades. They know what's out there. They've always known. Why keep it secret? Why not warn us? Would you have believed it? Would anyone take this job if they knew the truth?" He sighed heavily. "Look, I can't get you the file, but I know someone who might help. Former ranger, retired now. Harold Blackwood." The name hit me like a physical blow. Blackwood? Any relation to Thomas Blackwood? His father. "Thomas disappeared 3 years ago from your station. Official report says he requested transfer and then quit, but Harold never believed it. Says his son was onto something big in those woods. Harold's been researching these occurrences ever since, trying to understand what happened to his son. I thought of the water damage journal hidden in my desk drawer, Thomas Blackwood's final days, recorded in increasingly frantic handwriting. Where can I find him? Cabin about 20 miles east of the park boundary. I'll text you the coordinates. But listen, Davis's voice dropped to a whisper. Be careful who you trust with what you know. There are people in the department who will go to great lengths to keep this quiet. As I hiked back to my station, I felt a strange sense of calm descend. I was no longer drifting in uncertainty. I had purpose now, direction. The creature in the woods was reaching out, and somewhere beyond the park, a man who might have answers was waiting. I just had to survive long enough to reach him. The psychological evaluation came and went. I played my part perfectly, admitted to stress, acknowledged the trauma of losing Rivera, expressed appropriate concern without revealing the extent of what I'd witnessed. Dr. Winters, the department psychologist, prescribed meditation techniques and weekly check-in calls, but cleared me for continued duty. She left me with a bottle of sleeping pills that I had no intention of taking. I needed to stay alert. That night, I reread Thomas Blackwood's journal cover to cover, searching for any mention of his father or research that might help me understand what I was dealing with. Near the back, on pages stuck together that I had previously overlooked, I found a series of coordinates followed by a cryptic note. The structures aren't random. Map them and you'll see the pattern. They're trying to tell us something or warn us. Structures. The word triggered a memory, Davis mentioning structures found deep in the wilderness during our search for the Thompson family. At the time, I assumed he meant man-made features, perhaps old hunting cabins or abandoned ranger outposts. Now, I wasn't so certain. I spread out my topographical map of the Olympic Forest and surrounding wilderness areas, marking the locations of every incident I'd documented. The Chen disappearance, the Thompson family site, Rivera's last known position, and several spots where hikers had reported unusual experiences over the past decade. When connected, the points formed a rough circle approximately 18 miles in diameter, with my station near its center. But Thomas had mentioned mapping structures, not incidents. What structures? I pulled up the detailed aerial survey maps on my tablet, scanning for anything that might qualify. Nothing obvious appeared until I switched to the LiDAR overlay that penetrated the forest canopy to reveal ground formations. There, scattered throughout the circle I'd drawn, were dozens of anomalies. Stone formations, arranged in patterns too regular to be natural, all following similar architectural principles despite being miles apart. Some resembled cairns, but scaled up enormously, with boulders weighing tons stacked in perfect balance. Others formed crude but unmistakable arch-like structures. All were positioned at seemingly random intervals throughout the wilderness, many in areas so remote they'd likely never been seen by human eyes. I spent the night plotting each formation on my map, connecting them with lines that revealed an intricate geometric pattern, converging on a single point deep in the most restricted area of the national forest, a region marked on official maps as Watershed Protection Zone, but suspiciously devoid of significant water sources according to geological surveys. This had to be what Thomas discovered. This pattern wasn't random, it was deliberate, a massive territorial marking or communication system created by beings that had likely inhabited these forests for centuries before human arrival. Dawn was breaking when I finished my analysis. I packed a 3-day supply of provisions, my service weapon, Thomas's journal, and my own documentation. Harold Blackwood's cabin was a day's hike southeast, but to reach it, I would need to cross through a corner of the restricted zone, directly through the convergence point of the mapped structures. I left a sealed letter in my desk explaining my discoveries and destination, addressed to Davis in the event I didn't return. Then I set out, the morning fog parting before me as I entered the forest. The day passed uneventfully, though the weight of unseen eyes followed my progress. Twice I found fresh prints crossing my path, massive 5-toed impressions pressed deep into the soft earth. They were no longer trying to hide their presence from me. As evening approached, I neared the convergence point. The terrain grew increasingly difficult, with sharp limestone formations jutting from the earth like broken teeth. Natural caves and crevices pockmarked the landscape, creating a labyrinthine environment where visibility rarely extended beyond 20 yards in any direction. I almost missed the first structure, a perfect arch of stacked stones, each weighing hundreds of pounds, forming a doorway of sorts among the natural rock formations. Beyond it stood another, then another, creating a path that wound between the limestone teeth toward a dark opening in the hillside ahead. A cave. The convergence point was a cave entrance, disguised amid the natural stone, but unmistakably modified by intelligent hands. The stone arches leading to it served as both markers and what? Ceremonial gateways? Territorial warnings? Darkness was falling rapidly. I should make camp, approach in daylight. That would be the sensible course of action. Instead, I switched on my high-powered flashlight and stepped through the first arch. The air changed immediately, cooler, damper, carrying a musty odor unlike typical cave smells. Not the ammonia scent of bat colonies or the mineral tang of groundwater, but something organic and ancient, like disturbing soil that hadn't been turned in centuries. I passed through 5 stone arches before reaching the cave mouth. Each arch was progressively larger than the last, the final one standing nearly 15 feet high and constructed of stones that would require industrial equipment for humans to move. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet into the darkness of the cave, the light swallowed by an unnatural blackness beyond. I hesitated at the threshold, every instinct screaming danger. From the depths came 3 distinct knocks. I almost ran then. Every fiber of my being urged retreat, but I had come too far, learned too much to turn back. Thomas Blackwood had stood where I stood now, had faced this same decision. I needed to know what he had discovered. I stepped into the cave. The passage descended gently, widening into a chamber where my light finally found purchase on the walls. What I saw froze the breath in my lungs. Petroglyphs, hundreds of them, covering every surface. Some were recognizably indigenous in origin. Thunderbirds, whales, human hunters with spears. But interspersed among them, drawn in the same ancient style but somehow different in execution, were figures that belonged in no Pacific Northwest tribe's iconography. Tall, powerful beings with elongated limbs and shaggy forms, depicted alongside humans, in scenes that could only be described as interaction. Not combat, not worship, but cooperation. The figures worked together building structures identical to the stone arches outside, stood in circles around central fires, carried wounded humans to safety. The images told a story spanning thousands of years, showing the tall beings retreating deeper into the wilderness as human settlements expanded, the cooperation turning to avoidance, then finally to conflict as modern figures with guns appeared in the narrative. The final panel showed something that sent a chill through my body, a perfect depiction of my ranger station, surrounded by the tall figures, watching. Below it, scratched more recently into the stone, were English words in a handwriting I recognized from the journal. They were here first. They've been watching us learn, watching us grow. They don't want war. They want understanding. I'm going with them to learn. If you're reading this, you've been chosen too. Look behind you. My blood turned to ice. Slowly, fighting every instinct, I turned around. It stood in the cave entrance, blocking the way out. Taller than seemed possible, its broad shoulders nearly touching both walls of the passage. The details were obscured in shadow, but I could make out the outline of a massive humanoid figure covered in dark hair, its arms hanging nearly to its knees, its head crowned with a distinctive sagittal crest. We regarded each other in silence, neither moving. Then, deliberately, it raised one massive hand and knocked 3 times against the cave wall. Without conscious thought, I responded, knocking 3 times on the stone beside me. It took a step toward me, into the edge of my light, revealing features both familiar and alien, a face with deep-set eyes showing an intelligence that struck me as unmistakably self-aware. Not human, but person. It extended its hand, palm up, in a gesture universal across species, an invitation. In that moment, I understood what had happened to Thomas Blackwood, to Rivera, perhaps even to the Thompsons. They hadn't been taken. They had gone willingly. I thought of the half-finished psychological evaluation on my desk, the transfer request that would never be approved, the decades of secrecy maintained by the Forest Service. I thought of the stone arches standing for centuries, the careful campaign of communication directed at those who spent enough time in the wilderness to notice. I had a choice to make: return to a world that would never believe what I had seen, where I would be dismissed as another ranger broken by isolation, or accept the invitation to understand something ancient and other. I stepped forward and took its hand. Harold Blackwood was waiting for me when I emerged from the forest 3 days later. He sat on the porch of his cabin, a steaming mug of coffee in his weathered hands, as if my arrival was expected. Perhaps it was. "You've seen them," he said, not a question. I nodded, my voice still raw from disuse. The events in the cave and what followed had left me changed in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. "Thomas?" Harold's eyes grew distant. "He comes to the edge of the tree line sometimes, watches the cabin, never approaches." A sad smile creased his face. "But he leaves signs to let me know he's well, that he's learning." I settled onto the porch step, accepting the coffee he offered. My hands trembled slightly as I took the mug, my body still readjusting to human proportions and movements after days of observing their vastly different physicality. "They showed me things," I said finally. "Their history, their purpose." Harold nodded. "Thomas left notes, not much. They don't seem to want their full story known yet, but enough to piece together. They've been here since before the ice retreated, watched us develop, kept their distance as we spread. They've been guiding us in their way." "The structures," I murmured. "The stone formations throughout the forest?" "Markers, boundaries. They're trying to establish communication protocols," Harold explained. "They've been watching our development for thousands of years, intervening subtly when necessary. The indigenous peoples understood. They left the tall ones alone, respected the boundaries, sometimes even traded with them. It wasn't until European settlement that relations broke down." I sipped the coffee, savoring the mundane normality of it after what I'd experienced. The knocking, the mimicry, the demonstrations of power, it's all assessment. Testing our reactions, our intelligence, our willingness to understand rather than fear, Harold agreed. They choose carefully who they reveal themselves to. Solitary figures who spend time in their territory, who show respect for the natural world. Rangers, hikers, the occasional research scientist. Why not make full contact? Why maintain the secrecy? Harold's expression darkened. They tried, back in the 50s, a peaceful approach to a logging camp. The company men shot 2 of them before they retreated. After that, the government got involved, classified everything. The Forest Service has been managing the situation ever since, keeping the public unaware while allowing the beings their territory. I thought of the ranger files Davis had mentioned, documentation of encounters spanning decades. They know. The department knows what's out there. Of course they do. Why do you think they place ranger stations at specific intervals around the territory? You're not just managing wilderness. You're diplomatic outposts on the border of another nation. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. But even the department doesn't know the full truth. What Thomas discovered, what they showed you. The images they had shared with me burned in my mind. Flashes of prehistory. Glimpses of a civilization that developed parallel to our own, but chose a different path. One of harmony with the natural world, rather than dominion over it. They possessed technology, but not as we understood it. Their knowledge of botanical compounds, of communication across vast distances through methods I could barely comprehend, of manipulation of stone and living wood, all spoke of an intelligence that had pursued different questions than humanity had. "They're worried," I said at last. "Climate change, expanding development. They've maintained balance for thousands of years, but we're pushing the system toward collapse." Harold nodded grimly. "They want allies among us, people who understand what's at stake. Rivera, the Thompsons. Safe, learning. The family was a special case. The daughter had been leaving offerings in the woods, communicating in her own way. They were chosen as potential intermediaries. Relief washed through me. Then uncertainty. What now? I can't go back to my station and file reports about Bigfoot diplomacy. They'll have me committed. Harold reached beside his chair and handed me a thick folder. These are copies of Thomas's research, including contacts within the department who understand the true situation. People who can help you navigate what comes next. I took the folder, feeling its weight, both physical and metaphorical. And what does come next? That depends on you. Harold's eyes held mine. Some, like Thomas, choose to remain with them, learning their ways, becoming intermediaries. Others return to their posts, keeping silent about what they've seen but subtly steering policy to protect the territories. A few try to expose everything and... His voice trailed off. And? They're discredited, psychiatric evaluations, evidence that mysteriously vanishes, witnesses who recant their statements. The department has decades of experience managing these situations. I thought of my meticulous documentation, the journal I'd kept, the photographs and recordings, all stored in multiple locations, including a secure cloud account that would automatically send everything to major news outlets if I didn't enter a passcode every 72 hours. A dead man's switch, my insurance policy. I'm not sure I can go back to normal life, I admitted. Not after what I've seen. None of us do, Harold said softly. We carry the knowledge with us. It changes how we see everything. The forests, humanity's place in the world, our future on this planet. The sun was setting, painting the forest edge with golden light. Soon, darkness would fall, and with it the watchers would emerge from the trees. I could feel them already, that familiar prickle of awareness that I was being observed. They'll come tonight, Harold said, following my gaze toward the tree line. They always do when someone new arrives. They're curious about your decision. I haven't made one yet. Harold smiled knowingly. Haven't you? I realized with sudden clarity that I had. The moment I'd taken that massive hand in the cave, I'd chosen my path. Not to abandon humanity, I wasn't ready for that level of commitment, but to become a bridge between worlds, to carry knowledge few humans possessed. I'm going back, I said. Back to my station. Someone needs to be there, someone who understands. They'll be watching, Harold warned. The department, I mean. They'll notice the change in you. Let them watch. I felt a new resolve hardening within me. I've learned from the best about maintaining surveillance without being detected. As if in response, 3 distinct knocks sounded from the forest edge. Harold and I both turned toward the sound. There, half hidden among the ancient trees, stood a massive figure. Not the same one I'd encountered in the cave, but similar in stature and bearing. Beside it, barely visible in the gathering darkness, was a smaller form with distinctly human proportions, wearing what appeared to be the tattered remains of a Forest Service uniform. Thomas Blackwood had come to witness my decision. I raised my hand in acknowledgement. After a moment, both figures raised their hands in return, then melted back into the forest shadows. Tell me honestly, I asked Harold as we watched them disappear. Do you regret that Thomas chose to go with them? The old man was silent for a long moment. I miss my son, he finally said, but I respect his choice. He found his purpose. He turned to me. Just as you must find yours. That night I slept soundly for the first time in months, unburdened by fear of what lurked in the darkness beyond my walls. In the morning, I would begin the journey back to Station 8, carrying with me secrets few humans had ever been privileged to know. The forest has a way of changing a person. I went in as a park ranger, armed with scientific knowledge and bureaucratic authority. I emerged as something else, a guardian of boundaries both seen and unseen, a keeper of ancient truths, a diplomatic representative to a civilization that had watched us from the shadows since before we built our first cities. The knocking continues at my cabin each night, but now I understand it for what it is, not a threat, but a conversation. A reminder that I am never truly alone in the wilderness, that the watcher in the pines keeps its vigil, as it has for thousands of years, waiting for humanity to evolve enough to accept the truth of our place in the natural world. Sometimes, on the darkest nights, I hear Rivera's voice calling from the forest edge, not in mimicry now, but truly her, inviting me to join their lessons. One day, perhaps, I will accept that invitation fully. Until then, I maintain my post, filing my reports, leading search parties for the lost, and occasionally, when circumstances allow, guiding the worthy to the stone arches that mark the boundary between worlds. If you're hiking in the Olympic National Forest and find yourself inexplicably drawn off trail, if you hear 3 distinct knocks echoing through the trees, or if you glimpse movement too large to be explained by conventional wildlife, know this: you're being evaluated. Respond with respect, not fear. You might be offered a choice few humans ever receive: to learn truths older than civilization itself. But be certain of your decision. The watcher in the pines does not extend its invitation twice. It began in the autumn of 2019, when the leaves in our small town of Pine Creek turned crimson and gold. The air carried that distinct chill that settles into your bones and makes you long for warmth. I had just ended a 3-year relationship with Michael, my high school sweetheart. We had grown apart, as often happens when adolescence gives way to adulthood, our paths diverging in ways neither of us anticipated. The breakup itself wasn't dramatic. We simply acknowledged that what we once had was no longer there. What followed, however, set in motion a series of events that would forever alter my perception of reality. 2 weeks after our separation, Michael began dating Veronica Reyes. In our town of barely 5,000 residents, news traveled fast. Veronica had moved to Pine Creek from somewhere in New Mexico the previous year and quickly established a reputation. She lived alone in a weathered Victorian house at the edge of town that had belonged to her grandmother. The locals whispered about her, calling her eccentric at best and dangerous at worst. Veronica openly practiced what she called the old ways. She referred to herself as a bruja, or sometimes a lacusa, a shapeshifter from Hispanic folklore. Most people dismissed her claims as attention-seeking behavior, but there was something about her that made even skeptics uncomfortable. Her eyes, deep brown with flecks of amber, seemed to hold knowledge beyond her years. When she looked at you, it felt as though she was examining something beneath your skin. I first met her at the local grocery store where I worked part-time. She would come in every Thursday evening, always purchasing the same items: candles, certain herbs, butcher's meat, and milk. She rarely spoke but would acknowledge me with a slight nod. After she began dating Michael, those nods transformed into something resembling a smirk. "She's just trying to get under your skin," my coworker Denise insisted. "Don't let her." But something about Veronica's presence lingered. It wasn't jealousy. Michael and I had ended things amicably, but a sense of unease that intensified whenever she was near. By November, stories about Veronica's midnight gatherings circulated throughout town. People reported strange lights from her house, and the sound of chanting carried on the wind. Most disturbing were the rumors about her pets. Veronica kept numerous cats, at least 7 when I first became aware of them, but they had a tendency to disappear or die under mysterious circumstances. "That's the 5th one this year," Denise whispered one afternoon when Veronica came in to buy cat food. "The veterinarian's son told me she brought in her latest one last week. Perfectly healthy cat suddenly dead with no explanation." Anyone familiar with cats knows they're resilient creatures. For 5 to die within 12 months under one person's care seemed beyond coincidental. Some speculated she was experimenting on them. Others whispered darker theories. I tried to distance myself from the gossip, focusing instead on building my new life without Michael. I had started dating James, who worked as a mechanic at his father's garage. James was pragmatic, grounded, and entirely uninterested in town gossip or supernatural speculation. His presence in my life felt like a counterbalance to the strange undercurrents that seemed to be swirling around Pine Creek. But despite my attempts to move forward, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for the precise moment to reveal itself. The first incident occurred in early December. I was closing the grocery store alone. something I'd done countless times before without incident. As I locked the front door, the parking lot lights flickered momentarily. When they stabilized, I glimpsed a figure standing at the edge of the lot, partially obscured by shadow. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small against the vastness of the empty lot. The figure didn't respond, but seemed to shift slightly. I couldn't discern its features, but something about its proportions seemed wrong. The head too large for the body, the arms too long. I blinked, and it was gone. I dismissed the experience as fatigue. The holiday season meant longer hours and increased stress. But, in the following weeks, similar occurrences multiplied. Objects in my apartment moved when I wasn't looking. The distinct sensation of being watched intensified when I was alone. Twice I woke to find my bedroom window open, despite having closed it before sleeping. James attributed these events to forgetfulness or imagination. "You're working too hard," he'd say, his practical nature unable to accommodate the possibility of something inexplicable. In mid-December, I encountered Veronica at the local coffee shop. She sat alone in the corner, a leather-bound journal opened before her. Our eyes met across the room, and she motioned for me to join her. Against my better judgment, I did. "How have you been sleeping?" she asked, without preamble, her gaze intense. "Fine," I lied, unsettled by the question. "Interesting." She closed her journal. "Your energy is disturbed. Something has noticed you." "What does that mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiled thinly. "We live in a world where the seen and unseen coexist. Most people go their entire lives without encountering the latter. You, however, have caught attention." "Is this because of Michael? Are you threatening me?" Veronica laughed, a sound like glass breaking. "This has nothing to do with him. This is much older than any relationship. But be careful. Recognition goes both ways. Once you see it, it sees you more clearly, too." She gathered her belongings and left before I could respond, leaving me with a sensation of dread that settled in my stomach like a stone. That evening, I discovered my cat, Milo, sitting rigidly on my windowsill, staring into the darkness outside. His fur stood on end, and a low growl emanated from his throat. When I approached, he hissed, something he had never done before, and fled under the bed, refusing to emerge for hours. The following morning, I found strange markings in the dirt beneath my bedroom window. They resembled footprints but were oddly shaped. Too narrow, with what appeared to be 4 digits instead of 5. James insisted they were probably raccoon tracks, but they didn't match any animal prints I'd ever seen. As December progressed, more people in town reported unusual experiences. Dogs refused to walk down certain streets. Children spoke of seeing a tall shadow person, watching them from the trees near the elementary school. 3 more cats disappeared from homes near Veronica's house. The town's collective anxiety grew, though most attributed it to winter's gloom or the pressure of the approaching holidays. I knew better. Something had changed in Pine Creek, and somehow I sensed it was connected to me. The dream came on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. I had fallen asleep on my living room couch while watching television. The transition from wakefulness to dreaming was seamless, so much so that at first I didn't realize I had crossed the threshold. In the dream, I stood at the edge of a forest I recognized as the woods beyond Pine Creek. The trees were barren, their branches reaching toward a moonless sky like skeletal fingers. The air felt dense, resistant, as if I were moving through water rather than atmosphere. From the darkness between the trees, Veronica emerged. She wore a long white dress that seemed to glow with its own light. Her hair, usually pulled back, hung loose around her shoulders. But her face was what triggered the first jolt of true fear. Her features were hers, but somehow altered. Her eyes had expanded, consuming too much of her face, and reflected light like an animal's. Her mouth stretched wider than humanly possible, revealing teeth that appeared too numerous and too sharp. "I tried to warn you," she said, her voice layered with other sounds, rustling leaves, distant whispers, the cry of an owl. "But you weren't listening." "Warn me about what?" I asked, my dream self attempting to retreat but finding myself rooted in place. About what watches from the edges, about what waits for recognition. She approached, her movements fluid yet wrong, as if her joints functioned differently from a human's. They've existed alongside us always, but few noticed them. You did. Whether intentionally or not, you opened a door. I don't understand, I said, panic rising in my chest. Veronica stopped inches from me. I could smell something on her breath, a strange metallic scent like old pennies. Understanding isn't required for participation. You're part of it now. The Watcher has chosen you, and there's no undoing that connection. She reached out, her fingers elongating as they approached my face. It wears many forms, sometimes mine, sometimes others. But its true appearance, well, few witness that and remain unchanged. Her hand touched my cheek and her skin felt cold and textured like snake scales. Listen carefully. When it comes, and it will come, don't acknowledge it. Don't speak to it. Don't whistle back. Whistle back? I repeated, confused. Veronica's face contorted into an expression of malevolent glee. Yes, it calls to those it selects. A sound like human whistling, but hollow, empty. If you answer, you invite it closer. The dream shifted suddenly. I was no longer in the forest, but standing in my childhood bedroom. Veronica was gone. Instead, a shadow stretched across the wall, a silhouette that resembled nothing human. It moved independently of any light source, growing larger until it covered the entire wall. From within the darkness came a whistling sound, 3 descending notes, followed by 2 ascending. The shadow began to peel itself from the wall, gaining dimension, reaching toward me. I woke with a violent start, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sweat had soaked through my clothes despite the winter chill. The television still played, casting blue light across my living room. Everything appeared normal, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The dream felt not like a product of my subconscious, but a message. A warning delivered with deliberate intent. I reached for my phone, checking the time. 3:33 a.m., the witching hour, as my grandmother would have called it. Without fully understanding why, I knew I needed to talk to my mother. Not my father, who would dismiss my concerns, nor James, whose practical nature couldn't accommodate the inexplicable. My mother had always been more receptive to the possibility that reality extended beyond what could be easily explained. I texted her, "Need to talk, important, tomorrow morning?" Her reply came surprisingly quickly for such a late hour. "Everything okay? Meet me at 9?" I spent the remainder of the night with every light in my apartment illuminated, unable to close my eyes again until dawn broke the darkness. The following morning arrived with an oppressive gray sky that threatened snow. My mother called shortly after 8, suggesting we meet away from home. "Your father's working on his hobby projects today," she explained. "We'll have more privacy elsewhere." We agreed to meet at a gas station convenience store several miles from our subdivision, neutral territory, where we could speak freely. I arrived first, purchasing 2 coffees and claiming a small table near the window. When my mother entered, I immediately noticed her concerned expression. "You look terrible," she said, sliding into the seat across from me. "What's happened?" I recounted everything. The strange occurrences around town, my uncomfortable encounter with Veronica, and finally, the vivid dream that had prompted our meeting. My mother listened without interruption, her face growing increasingly grave. The dream felt real, I concluded, like she was actually communicating with me, not just some figment of my imagination. My mother was silent for several moments, turning her coffee cup slowly between her palms. Finally, she spoke, her voice low. "There are things in this world that most people go their entire lives without encountering. Your grandfather, my father, believed in them strongly. He grew up in a small village where such beliefs weren't considered superstition but practical knowledge for survival." She looked out the window, her gaze distant. "When I was about 12, he woke all of us children in the middle of the night. He said he needed to show us something important, something we needed to recognize so we could protect ourselves." "What was it?" I asked, leaning forward. "He took us to the edge of the property where the forest began. It was a moonlit night and he pointed to a figure moving between the trees. At first, I thought it was a large owl. We had many in the area. But as it turned, her voice faltered. What did you see? Its proportions were wrong. Too tall and thin for an owl, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. And its face. She shuddered visibly. It had features that resembled a woman's but distorted. Eyes too large and entirely black. Where a beak should have been, it had something more like a mouth, twisted into a perpetual grimace. My blood ran cold as she described exactly what I'd been dreaming about. Grandfather called it La Lechuza, the owl witch. He said that in our ancestral traditions they were believed to be women who had made pacts with dark forces, gaining the ability to transform. But he believed they were something older, something that had existed before humans named them. What do they want? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Connection, my mother replied. Recognition. Your grandfather said they select individuals who can perceive them, often those with sensitivity to the unseen world. Once recognized, they form a bond that's difficult to break. But why me? I've never been particularly sensitive to anything supernatural. My mother reached across the table and took my hand. These things often run in families. Your grandmother had what she called the sight, and I've experienced things throughout my life that I can't explain. You may have inherited this sensitivity without realizing it. What can I do? The desperation in my voice was evident. First, you must understand that acknowledging its presence strengthens its connection to you. If you hear whistling, especially at night, do not respond. Do not whistle back. That's seen as an invitation. We spent nearly 20 minutes discussing protective measures, salt lines at doorways and windows, specific herbs to keep in the house, prayers or mantras from various traditions that might offer protection. Throughout our conversation, I felt a growing sense of urgency, as if time were running out. As we prepared to leave, my mother insisted on following me home. I don't want you driving alone right now. You're shaken. We paid for our coffees and walked to our respective vehicles. As we pulled onto the main road, something caught my attention on the street leading to our subdivision. A dark figure stood motionless on the roadside. I leaned forward, straining to see more clearly. What I had initially taken for a person was much too small, perhaps 2 feet tall. As we approached, the figure turned toward our passing car. What faced me defied rational explanation. It had the general shape of an owl, but stood upright on what appeared to be thin, jointed legs. Its wings, folded against its body, resembled arms ending in claw-like hands. But it was the face that caused me to gasp in horror. The creature had pale, almost translucent skin stretched over vaguely human features. Its eyes were enormous and entirely black, not the reflection-filled eyes of a nocturnal bird, but empty voids that seemed to absorb light. Below them was a hooked beak that opened slightly as we passed, revealing what looked disturbingly like human teeth within. Time seemed to slow as our eyes met, my horrified gaze locked with its bottomless black orbs. I felt a wave of dread wash over me, so intense that I cried out involuntarily. This wasn't mere fear, but a primal recognition of something fundamentally wrong, something that should not exist in our reality, yet clearly did. "Mom, do you see that?" I cried, pointing frantically. She glanced in the direction I indicated but showed no reaction. "See what? What's wrong?" "There, right there, the thing by the road." My voice had risen to a near scream. My mother immediately slowed the car and began to reverse. I turned in my seat, searching desperately for the creature, but it had vanished completely. The roadside stood empty, showing no signs of disturbance. We sat in silence for several minutes, the car idling as I explained what I had seen. My mother's face had gone pale. "It's happening faster than I thought," she said quietly. "It's showing itself to you directly now." "But why couldn't you see it?" I demanded, still trembling. "Because it's not choosing me," she replied simply. "It's chosen you." The next several days passed in a blur of anxiety and research. I called in sick to work, unable to face normal interactions while my understanding of reality was crumbling. James came by daily, bringing food and offering practical support despite his skepticism. "Maybe you should talk to someone professional," he suggested gently, after I flinched at a shadow cast by a passing car. There's no shame in getting help for anxiety. I couldn't explain that what I was experiencing went beyond anxiety. How could I make him understand that the boundary between our world and something else had become permeable in my presence? Instead, I channeled my energy into research. I spent hours online, searching for information about owl women, shapeshifters, and entities that whistle in the night. The results were both illuminating and terrifying. Across multiple cultures and continents, similar entities appeared in folklore. La Lechuza in Mexican tradition, the Strix in ancient Roman mythology, the Lilith of Hebrew texts. All shared characteristics with what I had seen: women who transformed into owl-like creatures, often as punishment or through dark pacts, beings that lured their victims with whistling sounds or called their names in familiar voices. One account from a small town in northern Mexico particularly chilled me. My grandfather told us never to answer when we heard whistling at night. A man in his village did. They found him 3 days later in the forest. His body was intact but empty, as if something had hollowed him out from the inside. Another report from Arizona described a woman's encounter. It perched on my roof for 3 nights. Each night it would scratch at the shingles and whistle. 3 descending notes, then 2 ascending. On the 3rd night, it spoke my name in my mother's voice. I almost opened the window before I remembered my grandmother's warning. The pattern was clear. These entities, whatever they truly were, selected individuals, made their presence known gradually, and then attempted to establish deeper contact. Those who responded or acknowledged them faced consequences ranging from persistent haunting to disappearance or death. By the 3rd day of my research, physical symptoms began to manifest. I developed a persistent headache centered behind my eyes. Sounds became unnaturally amplified. The hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the wall clock, the rustle of trees outside my window, all seemed to carry hidden messages. Most disturbing was the sensation of being continually observed, even in the most private moments. On the 4th night, I received a text from Michael. Something unusual since we rarely communicated after our breakup. Need to talk about V. Something's wrong. Can we meet? I hesitated, suspecting a trap, not from Michael, but from whatever had attached itself to me. The entity had shown an ability to mimic or influence others. Could it be using Michael now to lure me out? I replied cautiously, "What's going on?" His response came quickly. "She's been talking about you. Says you've seen something you shouldn't have. She's different lately. Scary different." We arranged to meet the following day at a busy cafe in the center of town, a public place where I felt marginally safer. But sleep that night proved impossible. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it for the first time. From somewhere outside my bedroom window came a distinct whistling, 3 descending notes followed by 2 ascending ones. Exactly the pattern described in my research. Exactly the sound from my dream. I froze, barely breathing as the sound repeated. It seemed to come from directly outside my 2nd-story window, a physical impossibility for any normal being. My cat, Milo, who had been sleeping at the foot of my bed, arched his back and hissed at the window. The whistling continued, growing slightly louder, more insistent. Then, most terrifyingly, it was joined by a voice, my mother's voice. "Sweetheart, are you awake? I need to talk to you. Can you open the window?" Every instinct screamed that this was not my mother. She would never come to my apartment at this hour, would never ask me to open a window rather than using the door. This was the entity, using familiarity as a lure. I remained motionless, silent, clutching my blankets as cold sweat beaded on my forehead. After what seemed like hours but was likely only minutes, the whistling and false voice ceased. In the silence that followed, I heard a slow scraping sound moving across my roof, like something with claws dragging itself toward the opposite side of the building. Morning couldn't come fast enough. I met Michael at the cafe as planned, arriving early to secure a table with a clear view of all entrances. He appeared haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and a nervousness I'd never observed in him before. Veronica's not well, he said after ordering coffee. Something's happened to her. Or maybe she was always like this and I just didn't see it. What do you mean? I asked, maintaining a careful distance across the table. She talks in her sleep, languages I don't recognize. She disappears for hours without explanation, and the animals. He shuddered visibly. Another cat died yesterday. Just stopped breathing while sitting on her lap. She showed no reaction, just put it in a box and took it outside. I listened, connecting his observations with what I already knew or suspected. When did this behavior start? It was always there in smaller ways, but it intensified about a week ago. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. She mentioned you specifically, said you had opened yourself to something ancient, that it had chosen you as a vessel. A vessel for what? The question escaped before I could consider whether I truly wanted the answer. Michael shook his head. She wouldn't say, but she seemed almost envious, like you'd been given an opportunity she had sought for herself. Our conversation continued, with Michael sharing increasingly disturbing details about Veronica's behavior. Throughout, I had the distinct impression we were being watched, though the cafe contained only the usual morning crowd of students and remote workers. As we prepared to leave, Michael grabbed my arm. Be careful, whatever's happening. Whatever she thinks is happening, it's dangerous. Veronica isn't who I thought she was. I returned home to find James waiting in his truck outside my apartment. His presence was reassuring, a connection to normalcy that I desperately needed. I hadn't told him about meeting Michael, knowing his tendency toward jealousy, despite his otherwise practical nature. We spent the evening watching movies, deliberately avoiding any that might touch on supernatural themes. For a few hours, the constant dread that had accompanied me for days receded slightly. James ordered takeout, made jokes about his demanding customers at the garage, and treated me with the casual affection that had drawn me to him initially. Around 11, as the credits rolled on our second film, a loud thud sounded from above, something heavy landing on the roof of my apartment. James immediately muted the television. What was that? We sat in silence listening. After a few seconds, the sound came again, a distinct impact followed by what sounded like scraping or scratching movements across the shingles. Probably raccoons, James suggested, but his expression betrayed uncertainty. Or maybe branches from that oak tree hitting the roof in the wind. I knew better. The night was still, without enough breeze to move branches. And raccoons, while common in our area, didn't move with such deliberate, measured sounds. This was rhythmic, almost purposeful. The scraping continued, tracing what seemed to be a circular pattern directly above my living room. Occasionally it would pause, then resume with greater intensity. During one such pause, I heard it, the whistling, faint but unmistakable. Do you hear that? I whispered, clutching James's arm. He frowned, concentrating. Hear what? The whistling, 3 notes down, 2 up. James shook his head. I don't hear any whistling, just the scratching. The realization that the sound was audible only to me intensified my terror. This confirmed what my mother had said. The entity was communicating specifically with me, establishing a connection only I could perceive. The scratching suddenly stopped. Complete silence descended, somehow more frightening than the noise had been. James, ever practical, stood up. I'm going to check it out, he announced, moving toward the door. No, I grabbed his hand. Please don't go out there. It's probably nothing dangerous, he reassured me. But we should make sure nothing's damaged. If there's an animal trapped up there, it could cause problems. Despite my protests, James's practical nature won out. He stepped outside, walking to the front of the apartment building where he could see the roof. I remained inside, trembling, watching through the window as he backed into the driveway and looked upward. After a moment, he returned, his expression puzzled. There's nothing there. Whatever it was is gone now. Did you see anything? Any evidence of what it might have been? James shook his head. The roof looks undisturbed. No branches, no animals, nothing. We spent the remainder of the night in uneasy silence. James eventually dozed off on the couch, but sleep eluded me entirely. I sat vigil until morning, listening for any return of the sounds, jumping at every natural creak of the building. When dawn finally broke, James prepared to leave for his early shift at the garage. At the door, he hesitated. "Look, I know you're going through something right now. I don't understand it, and honestly, some of it sounds far-fetched, but I care about you. Maybe consider talking to someone professional, or stay with your parents for a few days." I nodded, not having the energy to explain again why conventional help wouldn't address what was happening. After he left, I examined my ceiling carefully, looking for any signs of disturbance from above. There were none. No water stains, no scrape marks visible from the inside. Yet when I ventured outside to check the roof from James's vantage point, I discovered something he had somehow missed or that had appeared after his inspection. A perfect circle of displaced shingles, approximately 3 feet in diameter, directly above my living room. The following week brought an intensification of activity that I could no longer attribute to imagination or coincidence. Objects in my apartment moved when I wasn't looking. Not just small displacements, but significant rearrangements. I would leave a room with books on the shelf and return to find them stacked on the floor in perfect towers. Photographs on my walls rotated 180 degrees. Most disturbingly, I once found all my kitchen knives removed from their drawer and arranged in a circular pattern on my bedroom floor while I showered. The whistling continued nightly, sometimes accompanied by scratching at my windows or tapping on glass. Twice I received phone calls from my own number, calls that, when answered, contained only the sound of breathing and that distinctive whistling pattern. My physical health deteriorated rapidly. I lost weight as my appetite vanished. Dark circles formed under my eyes from lack of sleep. At work, customers commented on my appearance, their concern evident even through polite inquiries. My mother visited daily, bringing protective items from various spiritual traditions: a crucifix, sage bundles for smudging, small bags of herbs to place in corners of rooms. Nothing seemed to diminish the entity's presence or interest. "It's growing stronger," she observed one evening after helping me clean up yet another inexplicable mess. All the contents of my refrigerator emptied onto the kitchen floor, while I'd been in the bathroom for less than 5 minutes. "The connection between you is deepening." "How do I break it?" I asked, desperation evident in my voice. My mother hesitated before answering. "Traditional methods say you must remove yourself from its territory, go somewhere far away where it hasn't established a presence. Or you must find someone who can communicate with it directly and negotiate your release." "Someone like Veronica," I said, the realization dawning. "Possibly. If she truly is what she claims to be, she might understand these entities better than most." The suggestion of seeking help from Veronica, the person who seemed somehow connected to the beginning of my ordeal, felt wrong. Yet I was running out of options and strength to continue resisting alone. That night, after my mother left, the entity made its boldest move yet. I had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep around midnight when a sound woke me, a light tapping at my bedroom window. In my half-conscious state, I turned toward the sound. Through the glass, illuminated by moonlight, was a face. Not the owl-like creature I had glimpsed before, but a human face, my own face, looking back at me with an expression I'd never worn. My doppelganger smiled, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human, and raised a finger to tap the glass again. I screamed, scrambling backward across my bed until I hit the opposite wall. The face remained, watching my terror with evident satisfaction. It raised a hand, a distorted mirror of my own, and beckoned, mouthing words I couldn't hear through the glass but somehow understood. "Let me in." I fumbled for my phone, calling James despite the late hour. By the time he answered, the figure at my window had vanished, leaving no trace on the glass, no fingerprints, no breath condensation. James arrived 20 minutes later to find me huddled in my living room, every light blazing. When I described what I'd seen, concern deepened in his expression. "I think you're experiencing some kind of psychosis," he said gently. these things you're describing. They're not physically possible. A face identical to yours outside a second-story window? Objects moving when you're not looking? It sounds like you're having a mental health crisis. His disbelief, though painful, wasn't surprising. How could I expect him to comprehend something that defied conventional reality? To him, the explanation of hallucination or delusion was far more plausible than an entity from folklore manifesting in Pine Creek. "Stay with me tonight," he urged. "Tomorrow, we'll get you some help." I didn't argue, knowing that spending the night alone would be unbearable. We drove to his apartment across town, where I collapsed onto his couch, emotionally and physically exhausted. As I drifted toward uneasy sleep, my phone chimed with a text message. It was from Michael. "Veronica's gone, left everything behind." Note on her table said only, "It has chosen. I am no longer needed." Do you know what that means? I stared at the message, a new level of dread settling over me. If Veronica had departed, possibly the only person who understood what was happening to me had removed herself from the equation. I was truly alone in facing whatever had attached itself to my life. Sleep finally claimed me, but brought no respite. In my dreams, I walked through Pine Creek, but the town was empty of people. Buildings stood abandoned, doors swinging open in a wind I couldn't feel. At the center of town waited the creature, no longer bothering with disguise or partial manifestation. It stood fully revealed, a towering, emaciated figure with the general structure of a human woman, but elongated beyond possibility, its skin pale and translucent, its limbs bending at additional joints. The owl-like face I had glimpsed before was merely one aspect of something far more complex and ancient. It spoke without moving its beak-like mouth, the words appearing directly in my mind. "Recognition is complete. The vessel is prepared. The merging begins." I woke gasping for air, dawn light filtering through James's curtains. He was already up, making coffee in the kitchen. For a moment, normality seemed possible. The routine of morning, the smell of coffee, the sound of someone else moving around the apartment. Then I caught sight of my reflection in his television screen and froze. My face looked wrong. My eyes slightly larger than they should be. My smile stretching just a fraction too wide. I raised a hand to touch my cheek, and my reflection did the same. But with a slight delay, as if it were not truly mimicking me but making its own decision to move. The merging had begun. I left James's apartment while he showered, unable to face his continued skepticism or well-intentioned suggestions of psychiatric intervention. What was happening to me existed beyond the boundaries of conventional medicine or therapy. The entity was no longer content with external manifestation. It had begun the process of possession or transformation. I drove to the one place that might hold answers, Veronica's abandoned house at the edge of town. The Victorian structure looked more decrepit than I remembered, its paint peeling, shutters hanging askew. The front door stood partially open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. Entering felt like crossing a threshold in more ways than the physical. Inside, the house was in disarray, furniture overturned, books scattered across floors, walls marked with symbols drawn in what appeared to be ash or charcoal. The air smelled of incense, herbs, and something underneath, a metallic tang that reminded me of blood. In what must have been her living room, Veronica had created an altar of sorts. Candles of various colors surrounded a central space where a small carved figure stood, an owl-like creature with human features, similar to what I had seen. Before it lay the remains of offerings, dried flowers, small bones, coins, and a piece of paper with my name written on it. Behind the altar, the wall was covered with photographs, dozens of them, arranged in a spiraling pattern. With mounting horror, I realized they were all of me. Me walking to my car after work. Me having coffee with my mother. Me asleep on my couch, photographed through my window. The timeline of images spanned months, beginning long before my encounter with the creature, before my breakup with Michael, before Veronica had shown any interest in my existence. This hadn't started with my accidental recognition of the entity. It had been orchestrated from the beginning. Veronica selecting me, guiding the entity's attention toward me, facilitating the connection. The question was why. A journal lay open on a small table beside the altar. I picked it up, recognizing Veronica's handwriting from notes she had sometimes left for Michael. The final entry, dated the day before her disappearance, read, "The transference is nearly complete. The Watcher has accepted the vessel I prepared. Soon I will be released from my obligation. 3 generations of service ends with me. The debt will be paid." Earlier entries detailed her family's history, a pact made by her grandmother with what she called those who watch from edges, in exchange for power, protection, and knowledge. The price had been steep. Each generation required to provide a new vessel when the previous one failed. Veronica had been raised specifically for this purpose, trained in rituals and methods to identify suitable candidates and facilitate the transfer. I had been selected not randomly but deliberately, chosen for qualities Veronica had identified as compatible with the entity's needs. My sensitivity to the unseen world, inherited through my mother's lineage, made me an ideal replacement vessel. The realization brought not just terror, but rage. My life had been manipulated, my perception of reality shattered, all to fulfill someone else's obligation to an ancient entity. As I stood in that room, surrounded by evidence of the elaborate trap I had been led into, I felt a change within me. The constant fear that had accompanied me for weeks transformed into determination. If this entity had chosen me, if Veronica had selected me as a vessel, then perhaps I had more agency in this process than I had assumed. I gathered Veronica's journal and several other items that seemed significant. A small cloth bag of herbs labeled "Protection," a vial of liquid with no identification, and a silver pendant in the shape of an owl. I didn't have a plan yet, but knowledge was power, and these items represented the accumulated knowledge of generations. As I prepared to leave, a familiar whistling sound came from upstairs. 3 descending notes, 2 ascending. My heart raced, but the fear was now tempered with resolve. Instead of fleeing, I moved toward the sound, climbing the creaking staircase to the 2nd floor. The master bedroom door stood open. Inside, the room was surprisingly orderly compared to the chaos below. A large bed dominated the space, its covers neatly arranged. On the pillow lay a single feather, too large to belong to any ordinary bird. The whistling came again, from directly behind me. I turned slowly, finally ready to face what had been pursuing me. It stood in the doorway, the entity in its full manifestation. Nearly 7 feet tall, its proportions inhumanly elongated, with limbs that bent at additional joints. Its skin was pale and seemed to shift between solid and translucent. The face combined elements of owl and human woman in a way that should have been impossible, crowned with feathers that were not quite feathers, but something more like extensions of its being. "I see you," I said, my voice steadier than I expected, "and I know why you're here." The entity tilted its head at an angle no human neck could achieve. When it spoke, the sound came not from its beak mouth but seemed to form directly in my mind. "The preparation is complete. The vessel is aware. The merging continues." Its mental voice carried overtones of something ancient, a sound like wind through abandoned places, like water running beneath frozen surfaces. "I'm not a vessel," I replied, drawing strength from my anger at being manipulated. "I'm a person. You can't take what isn't freely given." The entity moved closer, its movements fluid yet wrong. All vessels resist initially. All vessels eventually accept. It is the nature of the becoming. I backed away until I felt the edge of the bed against my legs. Veronica prepared me without my knowledge or consent. That doesn't make it right or binding. Right, wrong. These are human concepts. The pact transcends such limitations. 3 generations of service for 3 generations of protection. The cycle continues. Understanding dawned fully. Veronica's family made a deal with you, but I made no such deal. I owe you nothing. The entity extended a limb toward me, its fingers too numerous and too long. The choice was made on your behalf. Resistance only prolongs discomfort. Acceptance brings transformation. I reached into my pocket. clutching the silver owl pendant I had taken from Veronica's altar. Something told me it held significance beyond mere symbolism. "You need consent," I said, an insight forming as I spoke. Real power requires willing participation. That's why the process has been gradual, why you've been trying to make me acknowledge you, respond to your calls. You need me to accept this. The entity's form seemed to flicker, like a television with poor reception. The vessel understands more than anticipated. This increases value. "I'm not a vessel," I repeated, holding the pendant before me like a shield. "And I withdraw any recognition I've given you. I revoke any permission you think you have." The air in the room grew dense, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. The entity's form became less distinct, its edges blurring into the surrounding space. "Rejection is temporary, need is permanent. We will return when the vessel is more receptive." With those words, the entity seemed to fold inward upon itself, collapsing into dimensions that shouldn't exist, until nothing remained but a lingering scent of ozone and a single feather that drifted to the floor where it had stood. I left Veronica's house with her journal, the silver pendant, and a new understanding of what had been happening. The entity hadn't been destroyed or banished permanently. I wasn't naive enough to believe that, but I had asserted boundaries it seemed compelled to respect, at least temporarily. In the weeks that followed, the manifestations diminished gradually. The whistling at night ceased. Objects remained where I placed them. My reflection behaved as reflection should. I shared Veronica's journal with my mother, who recognized elements of the rituals and protections from her own family's traditions. Together, we strengthened the boundaries around our homes, using knowledge gleaned from both her ancestry and Veronica's recorded practices. Michael never heard from Veronica again. Her house eventually went into foreclosure, then was purchased by a developer who demolished it to build something new, erasing the physical evidence of what had transpired there. James and I parted ways amicably. The gulf between his perception of reality and what I had experienced proved too wide to bridge. He needed rational explanations. I had encountered something that defied rationality. I still wear the silver owl pendant daily, not as tribute or recognition, but as reminder and protection. Sometimes, in the liminal moments between waking and sleep, I sense a presence at the edges of perception. I hear the faintest echo of whistling, 3 notes down, 2 up, but I never respond. I never acknowledge. The entity waits for my defenses to weaken, for my resolve to falter. It is patient in a way only immortal things can be, and so am I vigilant in the way only those who have glimpsed beyond the veil can be. This isn't a story with a clean resolution or definitive ending. The watcher remains in the dark, at the periphery, seeking recognition and acceptance. Sometimes I feel its gaze from unexpected angles, reflections in store windows, shadows that don't quite match their sources, dreams that feel more substantial than waking life. But I now understand what my grandfather knew, what my mother warned, what Veronica exploited. Recognition goes both ways. To see is to be seen. To acknowledge is to invite connection. So I keep my gaze averted from certain shadows. I ignore whistling in the night, and I wait, knowing that some entities measure time not in days or years, but in generations. The cycle continues, but on my terms, for now.